Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the International Conference, Indigenous Resistance in the Digital Age, the Politics of Language, Media, and Culture. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to introduce the rector of our university, Professor Roberto Tottoli, whom I thank very much for being here for his welcome address.
Thank you, Anna, to you and all the organizers. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you, professors, researchers, and guests to this international conference on indigenous resistance in the digital age and politics of language, media, and culture. Our university, I guess, has a long-standing tradition of intense international cultural relations. We are collaborating all the time with diverse academic institutions in different countries. So this is the reason why I'm particularly glad to introduce this meeting and scattered all over the world, as I understand. We know in these last 2 years, in the era where COVID-19 has dramatically affected international mobility. And now it is thanks to this digital technology that we can gather together in a digital and virtual space and to be somehow a community, an academic community, even if we are now in different parts of this world. I would like to spend a couple of words about our institution, which is the oldest school of sinology and Oriental studies founded in the continent of Europe. It was founded in the first half of the 18th century, and it is in Europe and in Italy, absolutely one of the first universities which invested so much in the study of the languages, literatures, and cultures of Africa and Asia and Pacific areas. At the same time, we have also a long-standing tradition in post-colonial studies, cultural studies, and new sensibilities about diversities and sustainability in all our disciplines. Somehow also interdisciplinarity is what characterizes our research lines, teachings, and I think all of us as a community of scholars. We know, introduce a conference about the digital age recalls what the world has suffered in the last 2 years. We are now in an era where these tools can offer new instruments of connecting to create a community, and somehow also the speed of these developments and the nature of these changes are shaping something new in the realm of relations, possibility of interacting between scholars, people as a whole, and also us as a community of researchers and scholars, and in general as men. Society now really must coexist with this new possibility of interacting and to work. I see that the range of issues that are going to be addressed in this conference is wide and complex, facing all these questions, answers, and problems, and it stands at the intersections of language, media, and culture in the digital realm. We are really, and I'm honored to have with us internationally known keynote speakers and experts who will talk about social and political realities, as well as the dynamics of resistance happening therein, which are of great interest to our research community and really belong to our core business as scholars and teachers. I hope you can enjoy this conference. We look forward to connecting with you and somehow also dealing with digital age to have a possibility in future to organize something in presence in our buildings in historical Naples. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I'm going to leave you very soon in a few minutes, but I have some over duties connected to my role as director. Thank you very much, and have 2 days of good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rector, for having introduced l'Orientale to our international and national guests. It is time now for me to introduce Maria Laudando, head of the Department of Literary, Linguistic, and Comparative Studies. I'm delighted to have her here, and I take the occasion also to thank her for her support.
Okay, hello everybody, and I thank you, Anna, for this introduction. So I bid a very warm welcome to all the renowned speakers, esteemed colleagues, attendees, and speakers who joined us today to be part of this conference. We are honored to have you all with us. I would also like to thank the organizers for providing us with the chance to connect with scholars from different parts of the world, especially during such hard times due to the global pandemic from which we are gradually recovering. At least so we hope. We may be physically distant, but we are surely brought together in this digital space. And if there is a silver lining to COVID-19, it is that we have been forced to reimagine our lives and how we can come together, reconnect, create and expand research communities using digital technologies. Despite the challenges that we have faced, I'm proud to say that our department, a Department of Literary, Linguistic and Comparative Studies, with approximately about 70 tenured colleagues, 20 and more research fellows and PhD students that animated. Our department has continued to show a willingness to act and to react to this hard time. Our department is among the richest in Italy for the number of languages, literatures, and cultures that can be studied. And they include English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Balkan, German, the Slav languages and literatures, as well as the languages and literatures from the Northern Europe, the Netherlands, and the Finno-Ugric studies. It also combines a wide range of research activities and educational programs of great interest to both national and international students with a strong commitment to public engagement and lifelong learning. Our research staff participates in national and international research networks with national and international funded projects. We offer specific expertise in fields like cultural, post-colonial and gender studies, linguistics, social linguistics, just to mention, performance studies, intercultural communication, just to mention a few. Sorry if I'm forgetting some of them. And what we foster is the exchange between fields of studies, traditions, and languages from a comparative and intercultural perspective in light of local and global or glocal changes. So I'm very glad that this conference crosses a number of topics that are relevant to and fit within our department research interest, especially how to practices of digital activism involving strategic uses of language, culture, and media, power and domination and control can be resisted, can be interrogated. And this is connected to how colonial and neo-colonial forms of domination can be questioned and resisted. So the perspective offered by indigenous scholars intervening during the conference from Australia, Canada, India, the USA, among others, are essential in order to understand such process and dynamics. So I welcome them here and extend to them, as well as to all the speakers, organizers, and attendees, my warmest wishes for a great and successful conference at L'Orientale. So my deepest gratitude to all of you. I also apologize because I will stay just for a little, okay, because of other engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you rector. So now let me just share my screen for a very brief introduction. All right. So before leaving the floor to our first keynote speaker, Professor Bronwyn Carlson, let me say a few words. It has been a long path leading us here. I would like to thank the scientific committee for sustaining the project. So thanks to Jackie Aiello, Giuseppe Balirano, Bronwyn Carlson, Paolo Frasca, Alexandra Georgokopoulou, Emma Loroc, Elena Lamberti, Oriana Palusci, and last but surely not least, my friend and colleague, Katherine Russo, for answering all my calls, text messages, help requests, and providing support and advice whenever I was in need. Special thanks go to Arianna Grasso for helping me out with the overall organization of the conference, L'Orientale IT team, Antonio Sena and Luigi Cuozzo for offering their support in preparation of the Zoom meeting. Many thanks to our leading sponsor, Languages, an international peer-reviewed open access journal on interdisciplinary studies of languages and linguistics. You can learn more on the conference website if you want. And to the Italian Association for Canadian Studies and the Canadian Studies Center for their partnership. To the speakers, attendees, special guests, friends, colleagues of L'Orientale and other universities, to my students for accepting my invitation, for being here or watching us on YouTube. Thank you for joining us and overcoming the distance. Welcome, benvenute e benvenuti. As we gather today in an effort to learn about Indigenous digital activism, I am aware that a vast area of the servers and computer devices some of us are using in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, and elsewhere sits on stolen land acquired under the extractive logic of white settler expansion. Land once occupied and inhabited by hundreds of Indigenous nations. The genocide and forced removal of Indigenous people from these lands is a history that must not be forgotten. As a white European scholar, I recognize this history and acknowledge the sovereignty of Indigenous peoples. It is widely accepted that over the last 2 or 3 decades, there has been a revolution in communication media. Technological developments such as the computerization and digitalization of communicative devices have played a crucial role in advancing these changes. The advent of digital and social media, for instance, has deeply affected and radically transformed the interplay between politics, communication, and new technologies. This has had a major impact on how engagement and participation take place in the digital age, as well as on the production of, and I quote, contextualized and co-constructed presentation of self shaped by media affordances, unquote, through online platforms. The new cyber territories that we inhabit call for different configurations of digital communication and social practices. They change significantly on the basis of cultural context of interaction and semiotic resources, especially when it comes to underrepresented or even marginalized groups. To begin with, we cannot ignore what stands at the center of almost every act of communication, that is language. This is even more true when it comes to Indigenous communities across the globe, whose widening use of new media has become, and I quote, a creative and empowering tool to combat language death and raise political awareness, unquote. As Maski Ionescu, founder of Drumbeats to Drumbites, highlighted, and I quote, the digital realm provides Indigenous communities with an autonomous platform to assert an online presence in the face of colonial catastrophe, and unquote. In this sense, we can understand Indigenous digital activism as a decolonization strategy. For instance, Indigenous activists have used digital tools and online spaces to document inequalities, address injustices, and take social action. In other words, they have reclaimed counter-discursive spaces of resistance in the cybersphere to build networks of dissent through Facebook posts, Instagram stories, Twitter hashtags, YouTube videos, blogs, digital educational tools, gaming, and virtual worlds. They have entered the public arena with digital movements like Idle No More, SOS Black Australia, and many others that we will hear about in the next 3 days. Some of these projects have crossed national boundaries, quickly becoming transnational indigenous political movements. Indigenous digital media innovators are also using Web 2.0 technologies in highly creative digital projects, such as CyberPowo and Aboriginal territories in cyberspace. Such movements, projects, and forms of individual digital activism resist power, domination, and control by interrogating contemporary colonizing systems and subverting the mainstream narrative of the unmodern, anti-technological indigenous subject, along with other stereotypes. New dynamic forms of indigenous self-determination and network sovereignty allow indigenous people to, and I quote, agitate, demand political recognition for indigenous causes, and pro-offer contesting and challenging views that dismantle colonial preoccupations with indigenous political unity, and unquote. Indigenous communities are therefore carving out a space for themselves as full participants in the shaping of the cybersphere. A better understanding of the dynamics of digital communication and indigenous resistance is therefore more essential than ever, as the use of digital systems for social and political engagement becomes a technique of indigenous counter-discursive praxis. It is the aim of this conference to open up a space for widening the current critical debate on creative indigenous resistance in digital environments, so as to include a variety of approaches and methodologies ranging from discourse analysis, social media studies, social linguistics, indigenous studies, cultural and post-colonial studies, and many others, well represented by the keynote speakers and panelists we will have a chance to listen to in the next 3 days. In an effort to do so, this conference relies on the interconnectedness of language, media, and culture, and proposes to see them as the political tools of digital activism. Indeed, it is my belief that only by thinking through the relations between language, media, and culture, we will be able to understand digital activism as it is enacted by indigenous social actors across the globe. So I truly hope you will enjoy the conference. And I thank you again for being here. Welcome again to everybody. I would now like to invite to the virtual floor Katherine Russo, as she will be introducing Professor Bronwyn Carlson, our first keynote speaker. Sorry, I'm going to just interrupt, okay? And Katherine is Associate Professor in Language, English Language and Translation here at the University of Naples, L'Orientale. Thank you, Katherine.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Anna Mongibello for this fantastic organization of, I believe, a deeply engaging and much needed conference. I mean, when she told me about what she wanted to do and the topic of this conference, I thought, well, why didn't I think about it earlier? I mean, it's just fantastic. And I am really honored and very, very happy to be introducing Professor Bronwyn Carlson. Professor Bronwyn Carlson is the head of the Department of Indigenous Studies at Macquarie University. I guess she's my reference, at least, for this conference. So I will be saying a few things about her, but really, I think, you know, go and read her work because it's just mind-blowing. She was awarded an Australian Research Council Discovery Indigenous grant in 2003 for research on Aboriginal identity and community online, and a second RC in 2016 for research on Indigenous help seeking on social media. So you see how she was already working on this in 2013. In 2019, she was awarded a third consecutive ARC grant, specifically focusing on Indigenous experience of online violence. She's the author of The Politics of Identity, Who Counts as Aboriginal Today, Aboriginal Studies Press 2016. She is widely published on the topic of Indigenous cultural, social, intimate, and political engagements on social media, including co-editing and contributing to 2 special issues, the Australasian Journal of Information Systems on Indigenous activism on social media, and on Media International Australia in 2018 on Indigenous innovation on social media. She's edited a volume with Rutgers University Press, Indigenous People Rise Up, the Global Ascendancy of Social Media Activism. And I'm sure she will be telling us more about this today. And we are very pleased to take this opportunity to announce and to spread the word about her new book, co-edited with Ryan Fraser, which has just been released by Paul Grave, Indigenous Digital Life, the Practice and Politics of Being Indigenous on Social Media. She's also the founding and managing editor of the Journal of Global Indigeneity and director of the Center for Global Indigenous Futures. She's an active member of the Australasian Sociological Association and a member of the editorial board for the Journal of Sociology. In 2020, she was elected as a fellow of the Australian Academy of the Humanities. So thank you so much for being here, Bronwyn. It is really, I give you the warmest welcome from the University of Naples, L'Orientale. And today, as you know, she will speak about Indigenous People Rise Up, social media activism, and global networks. So I give you the virtual floor as Anna has named it.
Thank you so much, Katherine. That's a lovely welcome. And thank you, Anna, for the invitation to speak here today. I'm very excited, probably not as excited as I would be if I was on your beautiful campus. However, this is just as lovely and wonderful to meet you all face to face after all our email kind of conversations. So yes, my name is Bronwyn Carlson, and I'm a professor and the head of Department of Indigenous Studies at Macquarie University, which is in north of Sydney in Australia. And I'm also the director of the Centre for Global Indigenous Futures, which would be really lovely if you all Google us and follow us on Twitter at IndigFutures and have a look at the work we do, which also includes digital futures. So I'll just share my screen. So today I'm zooming in from Dharawal country, which is down here on this map that you're looking at here. This is about 2 hours south of Sydney, where I work, and where Macquarie University is located. And I'd just like to acknowledge elders past and present and future of the Dharawal people. And I'd also like to acknowledge other Indigenous people who are either following along on the live stream or who have signed in today into the Zoom. And I'd also like to give a mention to an acknowledgement to the peoples whose lands that I work on, which are the Wallumattagal people of the Darug Nation, and to my fabulous colleagues in the Department of Indigenous Studies, who many also do work on Indigenous people on social media, and who really are the reason why life becomes fantastic working as opposed to all the other things we could be doing with our time. I very much enjoy working with my colleagues and being with them, and they give me inspiration for the work that I do. So this map that you can see on the screen represents the diverse Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations across the continent, what is now known as Australia. So for us, Australia is not a country, it is a land that comprises many countries or nations. And again, I'd like to thank Anna and the organisers for the invitation to speak at this conference. And I'm very much looking forward to the other keynotes and presentations that will follow over the next couple of days. Today, I want to talk about the affordances of social media in relation to Indigenous activism. And as part of what I want to also think about is the emotions of activism. So I've been more and more interested in the emotions that drives and fuels activism by Indigenous people online. So particularly anger and love, for example, and especially how they circulate online on social media between Indigenous peoples and through our global connections, and can drive activism efforts that respond to settler colonial violence in particular. I also just want to note that my presentation does discuss people who have passed away, and including images, and I'll also be speaking about violence committed against Black and Indigenous people. So the widespread adoption of internet technologies has radically transformed organised politics, protests, and activism. So early writing on digital technology, and I feel like I've been writing about this for some time now, but even much earlier than the work that I've done, by and large, overwhelmingly optimistic about its democratic potential. And there were widespread dreams of cascading democratic revolutions led by people directly connected through digital technology. So, for example, the so-called Arab Springs of 2011, in which anti-government movements, rebellions, and uprisings spread across much of the Arab world, toppling dictators and autocrats and bringing down corrupt governments and calling for new forms of democracy, seem to confirm this profound democratic vision. So citizens from Tunisia to Yemen used the new connective power of social media, which largely worked outside of state and mainstream media power, to spread information, organize action, and challenge dominant narratives. So these dramatic events caused many public commentators to declare a new age of social media politics, characterized by a new people's democracy, working outside the traditional centers of power, the state, media, and private industry. So while there are crucial questions around whether social media's capacity for giving voice to marginalized peoples actually brings about substantive change to policy, or whether online activism is really just what is being called slacktivism, meaning a half-hearted, meaningless, and ineffective activism, it's difficult to overestimate how important social media has become for Indigenous movements. So Indigenous people globally, excuse me, just a dry throat. Indigenous people globally have less access to political power in the forms of voter power, capital, proximity to politicians, and representation in politics. Instead, political power for Indigenous peoples comes from our relational connections to one another, our irrefutable moral claim to sovereignty, and our immense creativity in political strategy. So while technological progress is often described as incompatible with Indigenous cultures and lifeways, it's clear that digital communication technologies have strengthened what sociologist Manuel Castells calls the counterpower of Indigenous politics. Indeed, it is arguable that Indigenous people use social media at rates higher than non-Indigenous people. And I'm often asked, when I was doing across those 3 research projects, are Indigenous people really online? Do they really use digital technologies? Constantly. So there's this idea that we don't engage in digital platforms, or indeed we're not welcome in such places. So importantly, social media offers opportunities to distribute news and information outside mainstream news media, or what Indigenous scholar Daniel Morley Johnson refers to as white stream media, which, being founded and run as settler institutions, work to sustain settler power and tend to be dominated by the voices of the state. So as I will discuss, white stream media largely reproduces negative stereotypical images of Indigenous people, such as dysfunctional communities, neglectful parents, violent drunks, and so on. It also works to discredit and fragment Indigenous resistance to settler policy, framing Indigenous political activity as troublemaking rather than concrete demands for justice. Social media has been powerful in this respect, decentralizing power over representations of Indigenous peoples and our political claims, often working to invert the stereotypes generated about Indigenous people imposed by the neoliberal settler state. Sociologist Thérèse Petré conducted research on Indigenous activism and self-determination, focusing on how seemingly marginalized people exercise agency to speak back to power, and argues that, and I quote, "Being Indigenous is already to be a political subject. Indigenous people simply expressing themselves online can be considered a potent political act," end quote. So Twitter accounts such as Indigenous X, which you can see on the screen, which directly seek to enable Indigenous people to account for themselves, articulate their own beliefs, desires, and dreams, can be understood then as advancing a distinct decolonial agenda. So considering this, Juan Salazar argues that digital media has been readily embraced by Indigenous activists as a field of symbolic and political struggle, or what Aboriginal journalist Jack Lattimore and colleagues describe as a new Indigenous public sphere in which Indigenous people are given voice in arenas otherwise largely outside of their reach. The images on this slide are a snapshot of the way in which mainstream media represents Indigenous people and communities across the continent now called Australia. From labelling Indigenous activists as selfish rabble, to likening Indigenous people who oppose the celebration of colonial monuments to the Taliban, to an all-white panel recommending that Indigenous children be removed from their families and advocating for a second generation of stolen children. The tweet by Aboriginal scholar Chelsea Wadago speaks of the truth for many. The only thing that has got us anything is Black resistance. And here she is noting that expecting settler institutions like the media to represent us in any positive light is never going to happen. And so I just want to note that in Australia, Indigenous people often refer to themselves as Black with a capital B, L-A-C-K, and as Black, capital B, L-A-K, regardless of skin colour. Now, these statements are political, and what they reference is a long history of practices of racism and eugenics across Australia. This is an act of defiance that says, as Indigenous people, we are not white. So the decolonising potential of social media activism has been realised again and again, rising from grassroots movements such as the No Dakota Access Pipeline movement at Standing Rock in the Dakotas, which brought together the largest gathering of Indigenous people in history to stop the development of an oil pipeline through the lands of Standing Rock Sioux. And on this continent, the SOS Black Australia campaign against a plan to forcibly close up to 150 Aboriginal communities in Western Australia saw an uprising on the streets of capital cities, which shut down access and revealed the racist policy and practice that the government was attempting to enact. Mainstream media framed the protesters as selfish rabble for being on the streets and making it difficult for good citizens to be able to get to and from work. No attention was given to the way in which the forced removal of Aboriginal people from their homelands, rendering them as homeless on their own country. And in Canada, the Idle No More campaign, a movement opposing state policy that violated Indigenous sovereignty, was not only a significant and powerful Canadian First Nations movement, but eventually became a global pan-Indigenous movement against colonial policy. So in these and many other campaigns, the hashtag acted as a globally connected interface through which the heterogeneous and decentralized movement was able to establish and sustain bonds across geographical dispersed political networks. And for these reasons, Indigenous scholar Marissa Duarte argues that, and I quote, Indigenous uses of social media are inherently destabilizing for dominant governance processes, end quote. So this book, as others have mentioned, is an edited volume with my colleague Jeff Berglund at Northern Arizona University, Indigenous People Rise Up, the Global Ascendancy of Social Media Activism. And it's just been published just a little bit earlier this year, and it includes chapters on the hashtag #NoDapple, hashtag SOS Black Australia, and hashtag Idle No More movements, and others, and illustrates the impact of social media in expanding the nature of Indigenous communities and social media. The book really highlights how social media has bridged distance, time, and nation states to mobilize Indigenous peoples, to build coalitions across the globe, and to stand in solidarity with one another. And these movements have succeeded and gained momentum and traction precisely because of the strategic use of social media by Indigenous people. And there's a range of chapters there. It's a fabulous book if you get the opportunity. So the highly dynamic, fluid, and more or less ephemeral connection facilitated through social media have challenged more traditional models of activism. While older forms of political action are generally structured hierarchically around clear, charismatic personalities, ideologies, and political agendas, social media activism is generally much more messier, atmospheric, and its source and force of power is often much more obscure. So this has meant that social researchers have been forced to formulate new concepts and approaches capable of attuning to the connective power of social media, as opposed to the collective power of traditional political formations. So one approach has been to attend to the emotions of online politics. And again, sociologist Manuel Castells argues that at the individual level, social movements are emotional movements. They continue by arguing, the big bang of a social movement starts with the transformation of emotion into action. And this is what I'm really interested in at this moment in time. And by emotion, I'm referring to a social moving, stirring, agitation. Emotions are not just private feelings and sensations, they are social stirrings. They ripple and circulate through bodies. And it's clear that emotions often circulate easily through the connections social media makes possible. So Indigenous activism is saturated with emotional expression of unjust suffering, righteous anger, hope for change, love of one's people, and connection to country, or what some might refer to as homelands. These emotions work to align subjects with one another, to galvanize groups against others, and animate bodies into action. So in this sense, Indigenous social media activism can be understood as pushing and pulling bodies to act against settler power. The movement of emotions such as anger and hope works to stir, generate, and stabilize collective identities and build anti-colonial solidarities. So in this sense, Indigenous social media activism works to produce what media and communication scholars Candice Carlson and Alfred Humida describe as a new middle ground, which offers a space where collective identity emerges through what they call resonance. And this can include the establishment of pan-Indigenous movements against colonial policy, such as the hashtag Idle No More campaign, which brought together Indigenous people across the world through anger against injustice. So I want to now turn to two events that catalyze relatively distinct emotional and political moments in Indigenous social media activism. So these two cases can be thought of as movement moments, characterized by innovative use of online and direct action tactics designed to disrupt settler colonial space. So they are moments because they are entangled in a longer history of Indigenous resistance, self-determination, and resurgence, and the broader project of decolonization. So to approach the emotional politics and the political emotions of these two cases, I draw on the work of feminist scholar Sarah Ahmed, who explores how emotions work to generate the surfaces of collective bodies. So rather than understanding emotions as essentially private feelings, Ahmed offers an analysis of affective economies where feelings do not reside in subjects or objects, but are produced as effects of circulation. So the first example I want to speak about is how the footage of George Floyd's death in 2020 resonated in Australia, sparking on the streets protests across this continent. On the one hand, Floyd's suffering, as it circulated on social media, surfaced Indigenous pain, suffering, and trauma. Then on the other hand, this pain was converted into anger at injustice, which manifests through incredible protest actions taking place across the continent, despite the country going into lockdown due to the unfolding COVID-19 pandemic at the time. So there was a shared recognition of pain across communities who suffer violence from police, and in particular, Indigenous people who could, in a sense, recognize Floyd's suffering as a suffering of their own, embodied in ongoing violence against Indigenous people, particularly at the hands of law enforcement. So in Australia, there are high numbers of deaths of Indigenous people by law enforcement. This year alone, 15 Indigenous people lost their lives by police or corrective service officers. We comprise approximately 3% of the total population, but make up over 30% of the prison population. Many of the cases of deaths at the hands of law enforcement would not be known to the broader public if it wasn't for the work of Indigenous activism on social media. The second example I'll speak on is the controversy around the Northern Territory's Dondale Youth Detention Centre, which became the subject of a media investigation into how it was mistreating Indigenous detainees who made up 100% of those incarcerated. So think about those numbers for a moment. 3% of the population, 100% of those incarcerated at that institution. So the airing of a Four Corners report, which featured footage of Indigenous boys being abused, restrained, and tear-gassed, sent shockwaves around the continent and instigated heated debate about who was ultimately responsible for their suffering. The subsequent publication of a cartoon, which appeared to blame Indigenous fathers for the mistreatment of their children in detention, momentarily derailed the attention, and the cartoon became the focus of immense debate on Facebook and Twitter. In this case, the intensification of pain and anger was converted into expressions of love, radical Indigenous love, a love that challenged colonial narratives of Indigenous parental neglect. So drawing on Ahmed's framework, both events highlight the differential treatment of Black and brown bodies by the carceral state and ultimately surfaced collected feelings of pain and trauma. However, they also bring to attention the differential ways in which collective pain can be converted into radically different political feelings, anger on the one hand and love on the other. The movement of Indigenous feelings always poses a problem for the settler state, and in both cases, the circulating of Indigenous love and anger were positioned as the problem. So while, I don't know, people, can you see that picture? Yeah, okay. So while many people, and significantly Indigenous people who die at the hands of police, are never known to the public, the killing of George Floyd had an immediate and profound political impact. Footage of his death was captured by a bystander using their phone to record Floyd's interaction with police. For racial and ethnic minorities, mobile phones have become absolutely central tools in the fight against racism, discrimination, and police brutality. Equipped with high-quality cameras and internet connections, they can be literal lifesavers. They can also be used to hold authorities to account, record violations of their rights, and seek justice when it would otherwise be denied. The footage can also be shared globally and draw on networks of other people who face similar discrimination and violence for support. And I'd just like to note, just by filming police brutality does not always equate to justice for the victims. 9 times out of 10, it does not. The bystander footage of Floyd's death was immediately uploaded to social media, where it circulated through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms with incredible velocity. His shocking death moved through the networks already primed to this content, already witness to countless other deaths of Black and Indigenous people at the hands of law enforcement that was also caught on bystander phones or on police body cam. So watching the footage, many people evidently felt pain. The pain they themselves, their family or ancestors had suffered. Watching Black deaths online over and over again is a special kind of trauma for Black people, read one tweet. Floyd's pain, his cry for air, in this sense, while wholly his own, was also social. Moving through social media, it gathered energy, rolling into a social force that rippled across space and time, connecting bodies, histories, events, structures marred by racism and the violence of law enforcement. This pain had to go somewhere, and so it exploded into the streets of Minneapolis, where bodies congregated, marched, chanted, screamed, and cried. It circulated to dozens of other US cities. People needed to be together in their pain, online and on the streets, to express it through cries of anguish and anger. The energy of this pain and anger pulsed through collectives, turning the streets into vigils, wakes, and sometimes war zones. Private feeling had transformed into a movement with incredible collective force. Emotion was coalescing and taking shape. It was moving somewhere. It was doing something. The collective cry was, enough, no more, I can't breathe, Black Lives Matter. So these events unfolded live in Australia through social media feeds and broadcast media. It was almost impossible to be online and not see images of Floyd's death, or the protests sweeping across the US, or the police handling of protests, which were marred by widespread overuse and misuse of force. The pain and trauma that catalyzed the movement circulated differentially across populations in Australia. So while evidently many white Australians were affected deeply by the movement, the pain of Black Americans was most immediately and intimately recognized by Indigenous people. Across social media, Indigenous people expressed their empathetic identification with the suffering of Black Americans. Both groups caught in parallel unjust systems that disproportionately violate the rights and bodies of Black and Indigenous people. We feel your pain from the Indigenous lands of so-called Australia, tweeted one Aboriginal man. Their pain is our pain, wrote another, finishing with the Black Lives Matter hashtag and emoji featuring 3 black fists raised. The collective feeling of pain circulated across a social body, seeking somewhere to go, demanding resolution. The repeated exposure to the special kind of trauma of being Black and seeing Black people brutalized by police can, for some, deplete their energy, cause exhaustion, and hinder their ability to go on. Samantha Cooper wrote in an opinion piece about the unfolding Black Lives Matter movement, "I'm tired because I'm an Aboriginal woman and my people are hurting." Other times, however, pain goes elsewhere. It converts into action. In response to a tweet from Indigenous psychologist Tracy Westerman, who asked, "Any other Black Lives Matter Indigenous and non-Indigenous brothers and sisters feeling particularly drained at the moment?" And someone replied, "Absolutely. I feel emotional, but that energy is turned into activism. I'm fired up, sis. Black Lives Matter." So like the US, Australia has a long history of violence against and deadly neglect of Indigenous people while in custody. While Indigenous people could easily see the continuous links between the death of George Floyd and the deaths of Indigenous people in custody, clearly many non-Indigenous people failed to do so. There was an incredible swell of support from non-Indigenous Australians for the Black Lives Matter movement, but this was often without any understanding of racial injustice in their own country. Indigenous woman Madeline Heyman Reba tweeted, "Our First Nations people here in Australia are being traumatized the same way as those families in the USA, except there's no recognition of it. People are obviously not recognizing the injustice that is taking place here. Indigenous writer Alison Whitaker notes that the normalization of Indigenous deaths leaves our public discourse full of Black bodies, but curiously empty of people who put them there. And she continues, the settler Australian public simply does not see Indigenous deaths in custody as an act of violence, but as a comorbidity. So this hypocrisy was demonstrated vividly by an Australian news reporter who, interviewing a Black protester on the ground in Minneapolis, finished the interview by stating, "I really appreciate you giving your perspective, mate, because people in Australia don't have the understanding of the history of police killings and things here." While wildly mocked on social media by Indigenous people, the sentiment was also widely shared. Prime Minister Scott Morrison, who, seeking to quell potential for unrest here, stated Australia is not the United States. Indigenous journalist Amy Maguire lamented that the deaths of Indigenous people here is Australia, and I quote, failed to reach the same level of Australian outrage as it is generated when it comes to cases far from our own home, end quote. The swell of emotion and action around the Black Lives Matter protests, which were being organised across Australia, presented an opportunity to link together experiences of Black injustice and Indigenous injustice. Indigenous people took to social media to express their fears of police brutality and the fear of incarceration, which continues to result in deaths in custody. When I saw the video of George Floyd being murdered, I had to stop the footage, posted Paul Francis, who is the nephew of an Indigenous man who was killed in police custody. It took me straight back to when I first saw the video of my uncle's death, he tweeted. My mother's dad was murdered in a cell, tweeted another person. I've witnessed my mother dragged and brutalized by police. I'm worried at night for her. Even if she is 1 hour late back home, horrible scenarios rush through my head, signing off with an Indigenous variation to the Black Lives Matter hashtag, Black BLAK Lives Matter. This growing attention to police treatment of Indigenous people in Australia was intensified again during the week of the Black Lives Matter protests, with the sharing of a video across social media platforms of a 16-year-old Aboriginal boy being slammed headfirst into the ground by a police officer, seemingly in response for talking in a way the officer thought was disrespectful. The boy groans deeply, body limp, as the officer continues to push him into the pavement. The New South Wales police chief explained the officer had had a bad day. Without social media, this event and many others would go unknown with no accountability. So moving on to the next example I want to speak about. And this all took place in 2016 in July, when an investigation by an investigative journalism program, Four Corners, was aired on primetime TV in Australia. It was titled Australia's Shame. It documented in vivid detail the mistreatment of young people in the Northern Territory's Youth Detention Centre, Dondale. Footage smuggled out of the facility captured the often cruel and violent practices of guards, incidents where detainees were pushed and punched seemingly without reason, where tear gas was sprayed on detainees while locked in their cells, where water was poured over their heads while they were motionless and handcuffed, where detainees were locked in isolation cells for days without access to running water. One scene was so shocking, it appeared the next day on the front page of every major newspaper across the continent and many around the world. It showed someone tied to a chair, shirtless, with a spit hood over their head, secured by a belt around their neck. The detainees were all Indigenous children and teenagers aged between 12 and 17 years old. Response from the public and politicians was immense. The Prime Minister announced a royal commission into the facility the very next day and moved without precedent in its swiftness. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights condemned the footage, stating that the abuse was likely in violation of both the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment or punishment, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. On social media, there were public outpourings of grief, pain, trauma, and anger. The fact that all the detainees were Indigenous did not feature prominently in the public discussion that followed. Rather, it was largely framed as an issue of poor regulation, poor practices by people in authority, and poor oversight in detention institutions. A fortnight later, as public discussion was still mostly focused on the abuses taking place in youth detention, Australia's only national newspaper resident cartoonist Bill Leake published a cartoon commenting on the issue. It features a policeman holding a baton in one hand and in the other, a young Aboriginal boy by the scruff of his shirt, telling an Aboriginal man that he will have to sit down and talk to his son about personal responsibility. Beer in hand, the father responds, "Yeah, righto, what's his name then?" So while not explicitly linked to the public discussion about Dondale, the message was crystal clear. Rather than being an issue of poor regulation, badly behaved guards, or more broadly, but accurately, carceral settler logic that works to disproportionately police and imprison Indigenous youth, the cartoon suggested that the problem with Dondale began with the Aboriginal parents who weren't taking proper care of their children. The tear-gassed children, the spit-hooded teenagers, the waterboarded youth, Aboriginal parents were to blame. The image caused an immediate storm and almost entirely derailed public discussions of the Four Corners report. The centre of the debate became, is this cartoon, which plainly depicts Aboriginal men as drunks and bad parents, which produces the same logic that justified a whole generation of Aboriginal children being forcibly taken from their parents, now referred to as the stolen generation. The debate played out along largely predictable lines. Those who recognised the cartoon for what it was, racist, colonial, stereotyping that simply washed away centuries of harmful settler policy on Indigenous cultural and family life, decried its publication. The Australian Press Council received over 700 complaints about the cartoon. But on the other side, the loyal defenders of racist stereotyping, Indigenous victimisation, and free speech trotted out their boilerplate defences. Leake described his angry critics as sanctimonious Tweety birds having a tantrum. Meanwhile, arguing that he was happy that he'd been able to provoke discussions of really important issues. The cartoon was described by the paper's editor as a contribution to the national conversation around Indigenous issues. Conservative writer Chris Kenny agreed, describing the cartoon as approaching, and I quote, an unpalatable truth that where Indigenous juveniles fail, they often lack the parental care and community support most kids require and all kids deserve, end quote. The defences followed the continuous line of settler logic, where Indigenous issues are always only an issue because of Indigenous people, a move scholars Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang describe as settler moves to innocence. So the debate as it rolled out on script seemed terminal. Indigenous people were faced with many questions: how to respond to such vile, hurtful, racist depictions of Indigenous family life in a way that actually intervenes in otherwise predictable discourse, how to disrupt an ongoing settler dynamic that thrives off Indigenous anger, how to respond to violence disguised as concern, hatred disguised as compassion, and colonialism disguised as sympathy. And the answer came in the form of a selfie of a father holding his son. There comes a point where maybe anger isn't the right place to come from, Joel Bayliss, the Aboriginal man who tweeted the photo, explained later in a TEDx talk. Bayliss, in the midst of this rapidly circulating outrage, shared the photo with his followers, captioned with the message, "To counter the Bill Leake cartoon, here's a pic of me and my kids. I'm a proud Aboriginal father." The simple message evidently resonated. It was enthusiastically liked and retweeted and soon became a meme, with hundreds of users sharing tender moments of love, intimacy, and joy of their relationships with their fathers, all linked through the hashtag Indigenous Dads. My dad, always loving, proud, and greatly missed, one person tweeted. I'm so lucky to have such an amazing dad who loves me and will be there throughout my life, tweeted another, standing strong on the shoulders of Indigenous dads. National broadcaster the ABC reported that users challenged the stereotype shown in Leek's cartoon with photos and memories of love and dedication and pride in Aboriginal culture. The images and message challenged the settler colonial stereotype of the neglectful Indigenous father, while emphasizing culturally specific parenting practices involving wider familial networks, I should say. The outpouring of love stood in stark contrast to the politics that inspired it. The simple articulation of Indigenous love between fathers and their children rapidly gained incredible effective force. These tweets were accompanied by evocative photos of strong, active Indigenous men directly challenging the tired image of a wasted Indigenous man that Leek offered, creating what McLean describes as an ad hoc public, a public intensified and solidified through collective expressions of Indigenous love. And the campaign trended nationally, creating a vivid digital archive. Indigenous singer Gina Williams wrote, and through the power of this collective consciousness, we were able to shift the conversation from the anger of copying yet another cheap media shot to showing just how loved the men are in our community. Our Facebook and Twitter feeds are not disembodied spaces, free from pains, loves, joys of everyday life. Rather, to be online is to remain a fleshy, feeling body that can be pulled and pushed and crushed and exalted. Feeling spreads through our online connections in ways both predictable and unruly. Emotions and effects are generated and circulated through webs of ties forged through social media, producing what Dovling, Harju, and Summer describe as a globally meteorized emotional exchange. Social media facilitates a sense of global indigeneity where our voices are amplified as we support each other, practicing global solidarity with other Indigenous people. And just in finishing, I too will shamelessly promote the new book, which I co-authored with my colleague, Dr. Ryan Fraser, Indigenous Digital Life, The Practice and Politics of Being Indigenous on Social Media, which part of this presentation this evening has come from. The book is out now, and I thank you for the opportunity to talk on it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Bronwyn. Thank you for this, I must say, emotional talk. I mean, it's cannot not affect you, especially if, like me, I was born on Indigenous grounds, and I would like here to acknowledge the Ora Nation, on whose grounds I was born. And of course, the privilege I come with as a descendant of a mix of people from Great Britain and Naples as well. But I guess there's so much to unpack in your talk, and I would like maybe to leave the floor to questions, but perhaps while everybody's warming up or for the questions, I guess I have a few questions, but the most immediate one perhaps would be that Indigenous peoples have been talking about Black deaths in custody for a long time, at least since the 1990s. And in fact, some of the first literary works and maybe historians, academics, Indigenous academics have been speaking about this. and the first literary works were about Black deaths in custody. But what I was thinking is that perhaps their voices, their writings were mediated by white institutions and social practices. So the difference here is that, as you said, it's unmediated. It's because, yeah, so obviously it had a different public attention, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's very true. Indigenous people have been speaking back to colonial violence, and particularly deaths in custody for a long time, and which it resulted in the Royal Commission in the 1990s. And that was, you know, because of Indigenous activism. There were over 300 recommendations from that Royal Commission, of which very few have been taken up. And that's why people, when they call for Royal Commissions, we kind of feel a bit tongue-in-cheek about that, because we don't really see anything that follows on from it. So it becomes just this other document. So, you know, that was the investigation of 99 deaths in custody. You know, and the findings, you know, definitely looked at the proportion of Indigenous people who are imprisoned compared to our numbers of population. And so these things didn't equate. We have very high numbers of Indigenous people who get incarcerated or have interaction with police. And we've seen just recently just ongoing reporting of Indigenous deaths by the hands of law enforcement or other kind of violent acts against them. Like in this morning, there's a newspaper report of a 14-year-old who was brutalized by 4 to 5 police officers who were seen to kick and punch that child. He was taken to hospital with his cheek ripped open, and the police, unfortunately, it was reported that they didn't have their body cam. There was no body cams to capture this. You know, so we just see this cycle like continuing, and it's disturbing when we see very young people who are then targeted by police. Like the one example I gave was a 16-year-old kid who mouthed off a bit to police, supposedly, would not be a cause for or an appropriate response from trained police officers to a child mouthing off, would to be, you know, pole dive them into the ground, and the child ended up in hospital. So we see the responses, you know, are not responses that a civilized society would expect to see enacted on children by law enforcement. At all. So yeah, there's been a long history. Indigenous people have been speaking back to this, driving the activists behind it. The difference now, I guess, with social media is that, yeah, we're not having to wait for mainstream media to report on these things, for the government to take it up and to hear something about it, newspapers take it up, etc. Now Indigenous people can drive that, and we see bigger numbers of Indigenous journalists entering into the field as well. So take up these stories, which is something we haven't seen before. And I quoted a few, Jack Lattimore, Amy Maguire, and the like, who do a lot of work in this space, speaking back to that violence.
Yeah.
Katherine, may I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. While we wait for...
While I wait for others, could you please raise your hand so I know that you want to, you know, ask a question?
Maybe there's Eva and Vincenzo first. So I really briefly, I wanted to thank Bronwyn for such a mind-blowing presentation. Thank you very much, really. I was very interested in seeing what's going on in Australia, because I'm more of a scholar working in on the Canadian field, and in fact I'm more familiar with the I don't know more movement. And thank you also for referring to the fact that Indigenous movements in the white stream media are usually misrepresented. For example, the I Don't Know More campaign in Canada was represented by CBC and CTV mainstream media as a movement initiated by protesters who were trying to question the Canadian government and making trouble, causing trouble to Canadian citizens. So it was really interesting the way you referred to that, and also what you said by the end of your presentation, the fact that there is still power in the way dominant ideologies about the representation of Indigenous families are still very strong, and they can be questioned though. And in this sense, Indigenous Resistance Online plays a crucial role in addressing those kinds of still dominant, unfortunately, representations. And this is also true for Canada as well, where Indigenous parenting has always been depicted as a problem, so much so that residential schools, were justified for hundreds of years. So thank you very much for saying that. It was just a comment. I know I still have to process questions in my head, so I will just leave the floor to.
So thank you, Anna. Thank you. I don't know if Bronwyn was
particular way, so you're going to see those same kinds of responses and the same kinds of violence committed against Indigenous people across those same colonized places, North America, including Canada, the US, New Zealand. So we see in all of those places high rates of imprisonment of Indigenous people, the same focus on a deficit kind of representation of Indigenous people, and the same kinds of violences happen. And that's not a coincidence. That's how settler colonialism operates. It has a method, and it's tried and true, and it continues across all of those places.
Okay, thank you, Bronwyn. We have 4 questions lined up. So Eva, I think you were lovely to see you. So happy to see you.
Thanks for the organizers first, and thank you very much, Browning, for this beautiful lecture. And I had to pull out your book, promote it yet again, the first one.
That's lovely, thank you.
As Katherine and Anna would know, I'm into Australian studies. We have Australian Studies Network in Europe. But I also have a bunch of colleagues back in Canada. And we talked about comparing the public image of First Nations in Canada versus the public image of Indigenous Australians in Australia. And my colleagues in Canada, because I was asking them what's the difference in terms of the public image, which is so negative in Australia. And they really did say, they told me that the public image in Canada, in terms of how First Nations are represented, is far more positive than in Australia. So I'm wondering, do you know whether a social network such as Twitter, can actually influence this really, really negative image in Australia? Because it'd be great to hear great stories, not just stories. I mean, unfortunately, stories of police abuse are all over the place, that's for sure. But there are also great positive stories that never reach the public media, the public outlets, the media outlets.
I mean, the stories exist, and Indigenous media report on them. Like if you follow Indigenous X, each week or so, there's a new piece written by an Indigenous author talking about everyday life. And some of that stuff is talking back to the kind of violence that's enacted on Indigenous people, but other times it's just talking about everyday life of fun and love and joy and all of those wonderful things in which Indigenous people, part of our cultural makeup, and it's part of who we are. And so you're only going to, access what you want to access, because you can follow Indigenous people on Twitter, for example, and you can follow Indigenous news media if you want to. But if you don't, and you want to follow more mainstream right-wing leaning media, that's what you're going to do. And that's what's going to, definitely, impact the way you see the world. And, that's one of the interesting things about social media, is that it's, sometimes we can end up in a bit of a vacuum too, where we just follow the people that have the same opinions as us and that see the world from the same perspective as us. And I think it loses something in the world for us to. It's great to hear a differing opinion. And I don't mean, Indigenous people need to be subject to any more racism. We already hear all those differing opinions. What I mean is that for settlers particularly, to sit and think and to learn a little bit from First Peoples, to understand relationships, relationship to country, to each other, and how this operates and works, and to unhinge themselves from the colonial teachings through school. And when people do that, they report back just how great that is, and how what a refreshing understanding of the world. And we constantly hear this, like, I didn't know that. Why didn't I know that? And I think that's a bit of a cop-out in 2021, because stuff is available, particularly across social media, right? So yeah, people have to want to do something different. And I know that in Australia, we often, and I often hear this too, where people point to First Nations people in Canada as doing better. And I hear from students all the time, oh, in New Zealand, you know, it's so different from Maori. And this is the way I look at it. Are the schools full? Or are the prisons full? Which of those things are full for Indigenous people across those landscapes? And I know that across all of the nations across Canada, there's high imprisonment rates. There's a severe problem with murdered and missing women. There's a severe problem with Indigenous people having access to their homelands, their lands, enough money to live a life that they'd like to live. The identity politics, as you mentioned the book, runs supreme across all of those colonial places, because one of the tools of settler colonialism is the politics of identity. It is to get Indigenous people to turn in on themselves, to question constantly. And I'm not suggesting that anyone can say they're Indigenous, and Indigenous people shouldn't know who people are. What I'm suggesting is it's the way in which settler colonists behave to ensure that the focus is only ever on the politics of identity. And that's a really useful tool.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, and yes, that's what I was going to ask you as well about the echo chambers and so on. But I want to ask Vincenzo to ask his question.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Carlson, for this wonderful talk. I'm still trying to formulate a question, but my question would be, I'm very fascinated by the idea of interconnectedness and how Indigenous networks come alive in a digital landscape. But I was also wondering, what do you think about, because it seems to me that there is still a problem of visibility and a center versus periphery. So like, everybody heard about the Standing Rock protest or George Floyd, but the same thing doesn't happen the other way around. So there are some struggles and some resistance networks that are more visible than others. I'm not sure whether digital culture questions and challenge this in a rhizomatic way, or rather it reinforces it. So I'm just like your thought on this question of visibility and center periphery. Thank you.
It's not always just a matter of some Indigenous cultural groups are seen on a hierarchy. So Native American obviously is a bit more romantic for a lot of Australians who like to think about peoples elsewhere, but not here at home. But the truth is also Indigenous people in Australia supported the No DAPL protests and protection of country, as well as many Native American folk and people, Indigenous people all around the world supported Indigenous Australia in the SOS Black Australia campaign. So people actually lent their support from all around the world. And we saw that with the tweets. They came from all sorts of places, not just, you know, popular people. They came from everyday folk in Indigenous people from around the world who then began to realize what was happening here in Australia. And so one of the really fabulous things about social media is that Indigenous people on social media don't come to social media as disembodied, as wanting to be unseen or unknown as Indigenous. People tend to come to social media very proud of who they are as Indigenous people and want to connect with other Indigenous people, and therefore seek out, you know, activism or information about Indigenous people. So last time I went to the US, for example, many Native American colleagues there had a really good understanding of what was happening here in Australia. So not overall, not at all elements at all, there's still a long way to go. But these silences are kind of deliberate by mainstream media, for example, and even some of these platforms. Like the platforms operate in such a way that you get to see what is determined as be interesting to you. And so you don't, like, for example, on your Facebook feed, you don't get to hear from all of your friends, even though they post on there. Facebook then selects using, you know, AI technology to select what it thinks that you should see. And so that's the same way. So within that mess, we have to, that's why we always have to question Indigenous people are, who are the people creating the technology? Who are the people creating the algorithms? Who are the people who have the power in all of this space? And so that work's happening right across the world by Indigenous scholars who are saying, well, hang on a minute, even in all of our efforts in digital platforms, the people who create it, the people who determine how it operates are still not us. You know, like I asked one of the big tech companies that I was invited to visit their headquarters here in Sydney, how many Indigenous staff do you have here? And they didn't have any, but they told me they were hiring an Indigenous artist to do a mural in their hallway. So when it comes to having a say in how these things operate, we don't. So we have to rely on our own collective connections to spread that information as best we can. And so I've heard about things in far off places from here, from other Indigenous people that I'm now connected with. The book, Indigenous People Rise Up, is a collection of Indigenous voices from all over the world who, when I put a call out on social media, responded. And so we can see, you know, the sharing of information. Other people will, you know, there are Facebook groups that are just for Indigenous people only globally, as well as ones for just Indigenous people in Australia, and information is shared. So people are trying to do that work, but I also get that that's, you know, there's some big hurdles to, you know, we don't own the means, and that's always where the power lies.
Yeah, yeah. It sort of constructs also the social relations, no? It's Chiara, Minestrelli, lovely to see you too.
Yeah. Hello everybody. Hi Katherine, so nice to see you all, and thank you so much, Professor Carlson. I've got to say that your presentation was mind-blowing, and I'm really indebted to your work because I used a lot of your work in my own work. So and hopefully my presentation won't overlap too much with you know, some of the aspects that you've raised. So I'm really honored to have you here and to share the same platform with you. I also wanted to ask you something about, because I've been working with a lot of also the elders. Unfortunately, now I'm in London, so only from a distance, so it's very hard for me to actually do that kind of work on site. But, you know, these digital platforms have really allowed me to continue that work through the digital. And I've been asking some elders in Victoria in particular, so obviously it's just a very small percentage and, you know, a small group of views. But I was wondering, in terms of intergenerational understandings of digital activism, what your understanding, obviously your experience is. You know, I talk to elders who are very happy about the digital and also its affordances and the ways in which the younger generations are mobilizing on the internet. At the same time, some other people, even, you know, the same people express some concerns in relation to the ways in which these digital forms of activism are carried out, and perhaps, you know, worried about, I guess, you know, their legacies in the 60s and 70s and the kind of work they've done and how this is now recreated online. So if you can share your opinions and ideas and experience about this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's lots of conversations around whether this is just slacktivism and not really activism. But what I find with Indigenous activism is that there's more than one front to it. So online is about rallying, and it's about sharing information, and it's about people getting to know where on the street action is going to take place. And so Indigenous Dads was a little different because that was about flooding the digital airways with these fabulous images of family life. And so the whole purpose of that was to be online. It was to flood the space, and it's definitely trended on Twitter. But other protests like the SOS Black Australia and other ones, social media is used as a call for help and assistance on the streets. And we saw that work really effectively in the example I gave, where the mainstream media come out calling, you know, supporters selfish rabble because they were blocking the streets. So it's not that those older forms of activism about coming together, congregating, and being on the streets and being in that emotion and, you know, calling for change in that way has ended, because it really hasn't. Social media has actually boosted the effectiveness of that. And we can see that particularly around that January 26th Australia Day protests. You know, January 26th, for those who don't know, represents the day that the British arrived and the beginning of colonization or invasion of Australia. And Indigenous people refused to celebrate this for the most Indigenous people refused to celebrate this as a day, as the founding day for this place we now call Australia. And so there's a call every year across digital platforms for support. And it actually, you know, then results in bodies on the street. So, but I do know that a lot of Indigenous people are also concerned around sharing of knowledge and culture in online spaces, and who it leaves out, because we do have a digital divide, and it's not necessarily just about access to the internet. It's also the ability to navigate digital platforms as well, and a range of other concerns. But there are a lot of older Indigenous people who are also on social media calling for you know, change, calling for younger people to step up and take over the mic, calling for younger people to be involved and to, you know, get on the streets and meet with their community. There are very few Indigenous people that I've ever come across who don't want to have the face-to-face interaction also. And that's even in terms of ourselves as a collective, sharing culture, language, and love. That coming together is something that we value deeply. Social media and other digital platforms are useful tools when we're not able to do that, or it's not appropriate, or we need to reach large numbers of people. And so if you think about the size of this continent, it's huge, the landmass of Australia, and distance, there's long distances between, I mean, a lot of people don't really understand the distances between places here. You know, you can go to New Zealand before you can go to the other side of Australia on a plane easily, you know, double the time. So it's reduced the distance, it's reduced the kind of the cost involved in disseminating information as well. But I don't think it's stopped bodies on streets. I haven't seen evidence of that. And I think that it enables people who perhaps have a disability also to engage in the activism in online spaces that possibly couldn't come out on the streets. Even much older people who are unable to get out on the street with some of the younger people, it enables them to still to be there and to contribute.
Katherine, sorry, there are a few questions in the chat that maybe can be grouped together.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions, so maybe we can group them somehow.
Oh gosh, okay.
And Bronwyn, if she wants, she may answer at the end of like all the questions.
Shall we go through a few?
Sure.
Yes. It's been very active, actually, the chat, I can see now. So yes, Silvio Di Genoa asks, yes, I have a question. Do you think that social media, thanks to their huge visibility all over the world and their ability to show also the harsh reality, will change the face of human rights? Or in your opinion, it can just be a temporary thing caused by the boom of social media? Shall we read a few, so then maybe you can group them together, Bronwyn?
Well, I do think social media does have the potential to help facilitate the visibility of injustices against Indigenous people and draw global attention to it, which we've seen in the examples that I've given. So I don't think it's a boom of social media. I think social media may be here to stay, but it might not be Facebook and Twitter, just like the MySpace has come and gone, for those who are a bit older and might remember. So it might transform into something different, but I would find it very hard to believe that the world would withdraw from the global connections we have now created. So it will look different. It could look different. Who knows? Facebook might fold tomorrow. Twitter might evolve into something different. We don't know. But I think in terms of being globally connected, I think that's going to stay.
Yeah.
But what it looks like might be different.
There's also, I think, an interesting question about, because what you touched on was emotion and activism. I'll just read it for you because by Teresa Liberti. I have a question too. Is it true that we are no longer silent in front of anything because news, even the most tragic ones, they spread very fast? But do you believe that spreading the atrocities that are happening in the world is the most appropriate way to fight them? Most of the times we remain helpless in front of an article that inspires anxiety or fear, but it is only a cognitive reading that makes us aware of what is happening around us, but does not involve an act of activism to help these people. I think maybe you were saying something different, Bronwyn, there.
I agree with some of that as well. Also, that look, there's a whole range of kind of outcomes for this. So one, there's always a worry that Indigenous people, as I mentioned, are constantly engaged in a shared recognition about violence against us. And that can be overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And it's also true that if you see lots of this kind of stuff, that you can become somewhat accustomed to it, and therefore it doesn't have the same kind of impact, particularly if it's not your social group. So if you're a non-Indigenous person, just seeing violence against Indigenous people, you might become somewhat sensitized to it. Other people might begin to be quite outraged about it. And so what we see is large numbers of allies also joining in protests and calling for. And I think the world is shifting and changing, and I'd like to believe that. And I think I can see that from young people, is that they don't want to live in a world where these kinds of things continue to take place. They don't want to be in a place where 100% of the detainees are Indigenous children. They don't want to live in a world where every week they tune in and they see another Indigenous death in custody. I'd like to believe that the younger people, the younger generation, and some of the older ones, don't want to live in a world where those kinds of things exist. And we see growing movements, a growing abolitionist movement against the police, for example, in law enforcement. So we do see and can see political change. We've seen a rise of Indigenous people enter into parliament in an attempt to make that change at that kind of systemic level. Whether they are successful or not, or whether they just become exhausted by it all, is yet to be seen. But we can see change happening in the world. We can see it all over the world. You saw how many people took to the streets for the Black Lives Matter movement. That didn't impact every single person in this world, but a whole lot of people in this world took offense to that. So we can see the shifting, changing mood, if you like, of people who are exposed to the truths of what's going on in the world. You're never, ever going to, not everyone in the world is always going to say that this is wrong and we don't want to live in this world like this. There are people who their power and privilege will be impacted by supporting Black people or Indigenous people or marginalized people. So they're never, ever going to change that because they're always frightened about what they're going to lose. But I see a shifting change in young people, and hopefully that continues. And we saw it with the same-sex marriage debates around the world. We saw the world changing how it views particular things. So it's not always going to be perfect, and change does take a long time sometimes, but I can see change, and not necessarily by people in power, but by the people in general.
Okay. Anna, we're up to our time. There are a few more questions.
Maybe we could pick just another one.
Just another one, and maybe then, Bronwyn can read them from the chat.
Yes, if she wants to, yes.
Yes.
People posing some questions on Twitter for me, or emailing me, that's fine too.
Okay, thank you. So we have one by Carrie Karsgaard. Yes, thank you for this incredible presentation, Dr. Carlson. We see similar infusions of settler colonialism in media and decision-making in Canada. However, in using big data to study the Trans Mountain Pipeline issue, I have seen significant anti-colonial threads, solidarities, etc., in anti-pipeline activism, though, of course, settler colonialism problematically persists. To what extent have you seen social media meaningfully contributing to anti-colonial movements, even among settlers?
Yeah, I have seen that. And so not social media, for example, the platforms themselves, but people. So we've seen, if we start posting something about something of importance to Indigenous people, and it can be around, environmental protection, things like pipelines, etc. It can be around sacred sites. It can be around all sorts of things. You see a great deal of allies now coming on board who can't believe what they're seeing. And that's one of the wonderful things about social media, is it makes visible those things that have never been visible on mainstream media, or that have been unpalatable for the public to view or consider. And so when things then start flooding the feed on Twitter, particularly because Facebook operates quite differently, you're only going to see what you want to see on there. Twitter is more this public. And again, you have to follow people too, but you will see that kind of stuff on your feed, and people share it, and it goes quite viral. And a lot of mainstream media now pick up those stories because they are timely, they're important, and there's a big focus on it. So I've seen a lot of, I think, a pretty big rate of non-Indigenous allies beginning to follow Indigenous people and beginning to retweet and beginning to question then, how can I be part of this change? And that's the question they should be asking themselves. How can I be part of this change? And we've seen that with the rise of Indigenous X. People would go on there and go, well, what can I do? I didn't know this stuff. What you can do is make sure you know this stuff. Educate yourself. So yeah, I have seen a rise in settlers. Obviously, it's not all rosy. It's not a whole bunch of non-Indigenous people following Indigenous people and everything's going to be grand. It's not like that at all. Indigenous people still face the highest rates of trolling and abuse and hate speech online. Indigenous people, disabled people, the LGBTQI community, and Indigenous, and if you're in all those categories as well. So it's not necessarily all rosy, and I don't want to paint that picture. It's hard work being online and being visible and putting yourself out there, particularly around any Indigenous issue. And I know this to be a fact. You write an article, they put it up online, and if you're Indigenous talking about Indigenous issues, they have to turn the comments off because of the hate that follows. So I'm not being, having a utopian view about social media in the slightest. I mean, I wanted to write a paper on Indigenous people love and dating on, Grindr and Tinder. I wanted to write about fun experiences and the good times. And all the people I interviewed, the paper then ended up being about love and hate at the cultural interface, and was all about racism and hate. And I was like, this can't be right. I need to write about fun things and wonderful things. And I'm happy to say in the book, we do write about Indigenous love and life and joy. But yeah, I'm not overly optimistic that suddenly there's going to be this massive following of non-Indigenous people to support Indigenous people, although there very well should be. Because, and this is why, if one of those pipelines are to leak or poison water sources, that's not only going to affect Indigenous people. And likewise here in Australia, Indigenous people are calling for changes to the police system, to policing. That's only going to benefit us. That's going to benefit everybody who comes into contact with police. So non-Indigenous people ought to follow Indigenous people who are at the very core of the things that are most problematic in this world. They're the ones who are the driving force to keep our planet alive, keep our relationships alive, and keep and care for people. So non-Indigenous people ought to get behind that.
Yes, and so even more, we would like to thank you for all the hard work, because as you said, it's not easy, to do this and to be out there and doing all this work. And yes, of course, there needs to be work on hate speech, I think, and there is work on this. But at the same time, I think we are in need of counter narratives and counter discourses. Okay, so thank you so much, Bronwyn, and I would like to ask all of you to, Anna, can you just
Yes, thank you, Bronwyn. Thank you, Katherine. Thank you for a wonderful first keynote speech, wonderful chair too. So now it's time for some coffee. So we'll have a short break and we'll resume at 10:05. Everybody can stay in the meeting, just stay here. You can just turn off your microphone and webcam and then have some coffee and we will be back. Thank you again.
Anna.
Yes, sì. Yeah, ciao Chiara.
Ciao, ciao, bello vedervi.
Sì, bellissimo conoscerci.
Sì, ci siamo viste anche
Sì.
all'altra conferenza, ma insomma, almeno
Sì.
complimenti per questa. Ti volevo chiedere, posso provare a
certamente
screen per vedere se è tutto a posto?
Certamente.
Grazie, vediamo, perché di tanto in tanto allora. Ok.
Perfetto.
Si vede?
Si vede perfettamente. Vuoi andare un po' avanti così controlliamo?
Sì, ok.
Sì, sì, tutto in ordine.
Bene, perfetto. Ok, grazie mille.
Perfetto.
Chiudo qua e fermo.
A dopo, Anna.
A
Ciao.
dopo, grazie Antonella, grazie.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
A tra poco, a tra poco. Okay, we're back. Just had a little coffee, a little cookie to keep the energy flowing. I also wanted to thank my students, by the way. I named them in the beginning, but I just wanted to thank them for taking part into the debate, asking questions, being very active. So thank you to my students also for being here. They were not forced at all. They decided on their own. So I'm inviting now to the virtual floor again, Antonella Napolitano, who's associate professor. She's associate professor in English language and translation at the University of Naples Orientale, and she will be chairing the first panel of the day. So thank you, Antonella.
Thank you, Anna. So good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all so active. And I will introduce our first speaker, Chiara Minestrelli. Chiara is a senior lecturer in the School of Media at the London College of Communication and course leader of the Bachelor of Art on Contemporary Media Cultures in London. Very interesting monograph, Australian Indigenous Hip Hop, the Politics of Culture, Identity and Spirituality, is an ethnographic study that investigates the discursive and performative strategies employed by Australian Indigenous artists to make sense of the world through various mediums and media. In 1819, she was awarded the Learning and Teaching Innovation Fund, very interesting, which allowed her to organize a series of workshops, sonic futures, and combine hip-hop, critical pedagogies, critical theory and notions, and gardening to explore quotations around identity, the environment, and social issues more in general. This is very interesting, and I will leave you the floor now. Chiara, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your presentation, Antonella. So I'm going to share the screen with you now. So just give me a second and then I will, okay. I'm not sure if you can see.
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Great. Thanks everybody. You. Thanks for having me here today. I'm really excited to be part of this conversation, and it's very hard to follow Professor Carlson's talk. Such a beautiful and inspiring talk. But before we start, I would like to acknowledge the many Indigenous nations of Australia, elders past and present, all the activists, all the new generations who are fighting for justice and Indigenous rights. Also like to acknowledge the many activists and activist groups who have flourished after I left Australia, and I wanted to thank also my friend and elder activist Gunai leader Robbie Thorpe, who's been inspiring me and who's dedicated his whole life to fighting for justice. So I've had a conversation with him about this topic, and a lot of the knowledge and a lot of the insights into my presentation today come from our conversations. This is why I'm also going to start this presentation with one of his quotes. Also wanted to say that I will be showing some images of deceased Indigenous people. So yeah, some people might feel distressed. I'm telling you right now. These are memes which widely circulate across the web, but it's still, you know, they're still displaying images of people not with us anymore. So first of all, I would like to focus on what Robbie told me once during one of our online conversations. He said that social media has been the greatest gift for me since television came to this country in 1956. For so many years, our voice was not heard, or it was manipulated by the colonizers. Their propaganda about our identity, history, and culture had been their interpretation and opinion. First People's media organizations are relatively new. Many rely on gov funding and not the true voice of the people. Social media has changed all of that now. I think this quote is particularly relevant, in particular because Robbie's words are testament to a cross-generational shift in terms of strategies of political action, activism, and participation. His words are even more important if we think of the symbolic and real spaces, the alliances, and the discourses that have emerged as a consequence of digital mobilization. I've been always fascinated by this direct experience and of political participation in the 60s and 70s, as I also mentioned earlier, in my question to Professor Carlson, and I do agree with her. What happens is that online activism and the affordances of digital platforms are actually welcomed by also many elders. So, and when it comes to grassroots political movements in particular, we see a flourishing in the academic literature within media communication, Indigenous studies, and obviously the work of Professor Carlson has inspired most of us. So both the positive and negatives aspects of the phenomenon are being highlighted, and the initial skepticism towards online activism as a lesser form or less noble form of political participation, also known as lactivism, is being replaced by a widespread consensus about the transformative potential of such platforms. And of course, also we do acknowledge the negative ones, the trolling, the racism and abuses. But as Carlson and Fraser, along with other scholars, have poignantly remarked, First Nations have always been users of technologies, especially when those tools could help them impose their voices within national and transnational spheres, while gaining sovereignty over representations and politics. So I'm here interested in the rhetoric and visual strategies used in framing the issues of Black deaths in custody, with a particular focus on the work of the Aboriginal collective Wars of the Aboriginal Resistance, and how they are gathering support through social media, how this translates also into offline action. I mainly focus on the social network Facebook, since I've noticed a great engagement with this platform. In addition, while Twitter is generally used to mention and acknowledge the work of warriors of Aboriginal resistance, the collective does not have an immediate presence on Twitter, but they are mentioned by many activists there. Considering the high number of Indigenous peoples who use Facebook, both from remote and urban areas, this platform provides a preferred digital space to inform and mobilize people. In addition, a great number of elders have Facebook accounts and are more willing to participate in political conversations within these spaces. And this is not to mention that Twitter is not important. Twitter is important, but it fulfills some different kind of needs. In doing so, I have adopted a social semiotic multimodal critical discourse analysis of wars of Aboriginal resistance in the Facebook page and content, which was also integrated with notions of effective publics and transnationalism. So, but before starting my reflections on this, I would like also to think about this particular conjuncture. At a time of social unrest and perhaps also unease, I would say, it is critical to think about openings and possibilities, and also the growing visibility of injustice and its shareability and awakening of a mediated global social conscience, even though at times it may seem only apparent. So in these have raised questions about the institutions we occupy, especially as white European scholars. We need to pose those questions. The term decolonization has been used widely and often inappropriately. Even Tuck have been arguing against the wrong use of the term. My work, while informed by Western analytical frameworks, aims to take part in this process of making visible some hidden histories and sharing stories of Aboriginal resistance, but also through obviously acknowledging my own subjectivity and situatedness. But today I will be focusing on the digital platforms, in particular within the context of Australia. But before we do this, and I won't spend too much time because Professor Carlson is already, as I said, there might be overlaps in this case, she's already explained some of the issues connected to Black deaths in custody, which is not just the past, but very much present. If we think that over the past year, we had a huge number of Aboriginal people who died in police custody. So this is quite an alarming datum. So the issue of Aboriginal deaths in custody is an enduring reality in Australia, was and still is strongly felt by elders and younger generations alike. Indeed, this is a legacy of a colonial violence that manifests primarily through a punitive judicial system based on racialized and gender discriminatory practices. From the 87 to 91, and we celebrate this year 30 years since the Royal Commission, we had the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody, which was appointed to examine the suspicious deaths of many people held in custody, Aboriginal people. And we see a disproportionately high number of Indigenous people who are in prison. And you can see from this graph, the statistics here, which come from the Deaths Inside project, the kind of reasons for those deaths and why there is a worry around Indigenous people being incarcerated. A very worrying element is also that Indigenous women are incarcerated at a very high rate. It's the fastest growing population, so which is quite problematic. And we need to really understand that this is a problem that is not just part of the past, as some of you have already remarked. It's been going on since the 90s, but it's something that has always happened. But what we see is that there was a resurgence thanks to also what happened somewhere else. But before I move to the next aspect, and this global resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movements and how this also resonates in different parts of the world, if you want to know a bit more about Black deaths in custody, there's this great tool here. The Guardian has spent the past 3 years collecting data, coronial data about Black deaths in custody, and they provide very specific figures and stories about every single person. So in order to gain a greater understanding of the issue and also the specific stories, you can access this tool, which is very important. So in some ways, Black deaths in custody is, as you said, an issue that has been going on for a very long time, but is seen as a resurgence. And Aboriginal activism in Australia is nothing new. So we've seen many protests, but there is a long history also of protesting especially amongst Indigenous peoples. And there is a long record of achievements that show how politically engaged and justice-seeking individuals and groups have fought to advance the Indigenous cause by confronting Australia's colonial past, the present forms of neocolonialism, and enduring legacies of dispossession and colonial violence that are still felt by Indigenous peoples today. So Australian Indigenous activism has been investigated and addressed by many scholars, and its continued transformations need continuous updating and updated analysis as the digital media allow for new discourses, alliances, and communities to emerge. Thus, new spaces have opened up within the Australian public sphere. Such spaces are indeed imposing themselves as new emerging counter-publics that allow for productive national debates and for Indigenous voices to be heard. So as we all know by now, the Black Lives Matter movement started out in 2013 after the acquittal of George Zimmerman for killing Trayvon Martin. And they need to put an end to the many unjustified and cruel deaths of Black Americans at the end of the police. In the summer of 2020, after the brutal killing of Floyd in Minneapolis, the Black Lives Matter movement was back in the spotlight as protesters were raging throughout the US and in solidarity over response to current local issues across the globe. In Australia, a country with a history of colonial violence and dispossession, as I said, the problems raised by the movement were strongly felt by its First Nations and their allies, who mobilized also immediately by organizing a series of animated protests. Thus, the phrase Black Lives Matter has been adopted and co-opted by Indigenous activists to both show solidarity with what's been happening in America and at the same time to address domestic issues in Australia. The problem of Aboriginal deaths in custody has constituted an ongoing preoccupation. So the American counterparts are really reigniting those sentiments, and Professor Carlson has been talking a lot about emotions and sentiments in their presentation. So while there have been some debates about the use of this slogan within the Aboriginal community, in particular among the younger generations, the American Black Lives Matter movement and its international voices are affirming that Black lives do matter and that systemic racism is yet to be dismantled. And in an online session organized by Unity Earth, Mathi and Wemba Wemba activist Jason Kelly affirms that the rallies have shown an unprecedented level of solidarity in changing society. And yet, as Professor Carlson has brilliantly also expressed earlier, Australia has a very little understanding of the national context, what many activists have called also a crime scene or a site of genocide. And in these images here, we can see quite brilliantly how also in Australia, the certain memes have gone viral with the phrase "I can't breathe" and showing the connections between America and Australia. Those connections that for some are hidden, but for others are actually very visible. So the overlaying of text and also the flags in the background, putting together victims who had the same experience, victims of police brutality, who were suffocated, who couldn't breathe. So we see how also in Australia, there was this transnational solidarity and how it was actually demonstrated through different social media platforms. And in other posts, and I think perhaps the most interesting one is the Beyonce Legion, because as we were talking earlier, about transnational connections. It wasn't, sometimes it's not just that Indigenous peoples from Australia seek out support from Native Americans or African Americans, and there's a long history there as well, but also African Americans now and activists are more aware of what's happening in different parts of the world, is in particular showing solidarity also with Australia. And this Twitter here shows that there is this kind of support, and it's not just a one-way connection, one-way process, but it's more complicated than that. So favored by the synchronous quality and interdependence of on-site and online events that have characterized the Black Lives Matter movement since its inception, the global international digital networks of solidarity that have formed over the years have helped reignite latest sentiments of anger and despair, spreading awareness amongst different strata of the population within and outside America's national borders. As the protests intensified in Australia, I followed the hashtag on Twitter, Black Lives Matter in Australia, and also on Facebook. And I did that from May until the end of August 2020. This is a key time frame, since it gave me an understanding of the ways in which the US movements were utilized and applied to talk about Australian issues as well. I used the search words Black Lives Matter Australia, Aboriginal and Indigenous, which led to specific Facebook pages. Also, for instance, the Facebook page Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Lives Matter online protest, created in June 2020, or social media multimodal and multimedia posts. I also followed key social actors within the activist movement connected to Warriors of the Aboriginal Resistance. So the first hashtag appeared at the end of May 2020 with a spike in June, July. Most of the posts either demonstrated support for the Black Lives Matter movement, or they were fulfilling a perlocutionary act, as they were trying to convince users to be proactive, join, donate, and share. The foremost posts are multimodal in that users attach articles, videos, or other forms of evidence to strengthen their points. A good number of people started posts by showing solidarity with the family of George Floyd, to then change the subject to Australia. The language used, in particular, the recurring use of the adverb or degree to demonstrate that police brutalities are also an Australian issue and no one speaks about, suggests that Australia discourses on Black Lives Matter is not simply derivative, but it has its own specificities. But two other interesting themes emerge out of the tweets. The first is that the transnational dimension of the ongoing dialogue between African Americans and Indigenous Australians, a dialogue that dates back to the 19th century, but that needs to be problematized. And this is one strand. And the other is the questions around the actual slogan, Black Lives Matter, and its meaning for First Nations in Australia. So looking at the thread here, also in Black Lives Matter within specific context of Australia, allows for an understanding of what Ravi da Costa calls this transnational dimension of Indigenous activism. As da Costa explains, I quote, "The Aboriginal predicament cannot be understood if thought of as a strictly national matter," end of quote. And yet, as Robbie Thorpe pointed out during the conversation, we need to be careful in giving too much credit to external interventions. While it has been ascertained that language and examples of Black activism in the United States have been instrumental in inciting political action amongst Indigenous peoples, the Black Lives Matter movement in Australia is unique and it expresses specific demands while raising the issue of a very domestic problem, which is Aboriginal Black deaths in custody. Yet the transnational framework also helps explain the momentum generated by the events of Minneapolis and the success of the protests in Australia. So when the protests erupted again in June 2020, prominent Australian Indigenous activists used their social media platforms to publicly discuss the most appropriate course of action and the slogan to use for the Australian case. They were asking questions like, is Aboriginal or Indigenous lives matter more appropriate than the motto Black Lives Matter? Should everybody use the latter to support those who are constantly discriminated against because of their race, ethnicity, and culture? Black Lives Matter was eventually appropriated and used by a great majority. A big number of those involved in the organization of the protest shared their views online, explaining that this motto expresses solidarity with what happened in the United States, while addressing domestic issues within Australia, where the problem of Aboriginal deaths in custody constitutes an ongoing problem. So besides the use of Black was seen as an important aspect in addressing the issue of racial discrimination in the country, but Blackness is also to be considered a political category, an important signifier that stands for Aboriginal culture, regardless of physical appearance and skin color. So as you can see here, during the first week of June, a series of tweets addressed the question of the slogan Black Lives Matter. So I'm not going to read it out because I'm also aware of time. So over time, we see that Indigenous activists have come to use the hashtag Black Lives Matter as a broad signifier that encompasses local movements and their respective hashtags. In a work on affected publics, Papa Chris explains how some popular signifiers, such as hashtag Black Lives Matter, are, I quote, open to definition, redefinition, and reappropriation. They serve as framing devices that allow crowds to be rendered into publics, networked publics that want to tell the story collaboratively and on their own terms, end of quote. As they encompass various national struggles, allowing for the transnational dimension of the phenomenon to emerge. Indeed, most posts, images, etc. circulated after 2020, they display the hashtag Black Lives Matter and Black Deaths in Custody hashtag as well. So just very briefly, see some of the creative work that has been generated, and now focusing on the multimedia and multimodal rhetoric strategies of the Black Lives Matter movement. So both online and on-site activism have been working together productively over the past year in particular, despite some criticism both in sections of the academic literature and within branches of Indigenous activism. The many rallies and protests organised across Australian cities are also testament to the fact that online activism has not replaced on-site manifestations of dissent that engage and move bodies. Indeed, in this particular case, social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook have helped mobilize and reactivate connections that are crucial to the formation of networked national and international publics who gather around common goals. The practices of those who advocate for an investigation into Black deaths in custody are more and more influenced by the affordances of social media platforms. Hashtag activism has strengthened international connections, facilitating possibilities for networking and reaching out to new publics in ways that allow activists to profit from the resonances of the Black Lives Matter movement, while explaining the peculiarities of its articulation in Australia, its differences and similarities. The rhetoric of urgency generated by the many posts on social media have produced feelings of indignation and solidarity, which in turn have helped put pressure on public institutions for a change. So the protests seem to have accelerated the process of recognition in some ways, not in many, but at least in Victoria, they set up a truth and justice process after the protests, so to speak, which is led by First Peoples Assembly of Victoria. So some little moves, some little rays of hope. So looking at the creative work of activists on the social media, using social semiotic approach to these images, which circulated across Facebook and Twitter pages, it is possible to say that while the first figure could be seen as a demand image, as there is a specific request coming from the represented image, and the second one can be seen as an offer figure. I'm actually arguing here that they can both be seen as demand images. They both convey an interactive meaning, since images can create specific relations between viewers and what's represented inside the picture frame. Both the digital photo collage and the digital illustration ask viewers to engage with the two people represented in the images. The relationship is one of reverence, as both victims take center stage. They're placed in prominent positions and are compared to martyrs. The halo, which is characteristic of holy images, coincides with the yellow circle of the Aboriginal flag. Figure 1 in particular combines artwork and a complex image overlaid with text. The colors of the Aboriginal flag in the background are rendered through images of the starred sky, yellow sun, and Uluru, which appear as protest signifiers for Indigenous culture, connections to country and the spiritual world, as part of a person's identity, and by extension, other Aboriginal people's identities. The iconic representation of the deceased, who looks down on the viewer, unsettling them with a penetrating stare, can be seen to address both the police officers and his family and friends. Contact with viewers is established in a complex and ambiguous ways. The feathers and smoke, which again references the Aboriginal flag, are replaced in figure 2 by gum tree leaves, another symbol of the connection to land and country. The artwork created by Wiradjuri Newman queer artist Charlotte Allingham has widely circulated across different social media platforms, and the text has been slightly modified depending on the local needs of the organizing group. So there's more that I would like to say, but I'm aware of time, so I want to actually explore more wars media strategies. And wars is warriors of Aboriginal resistance who have been circulating those memes and also those posters and the creative artwork around Black Lives in Custody and Black Lives Matter. This group in particular is very important because it's a collective group of young Aboriginal activists who came together in 2015, and they advocate for Aboriginal nationalism, resistance and revival. They have become really prominent social actors within the Indigenous and the Indigenous public sphere. So there are many activist groups, but Warriors strategies are quite interesting because they reach out to a great number of people, and they have a great ability to mobilize the masses. So the media strategies rely on a very direct mode of address. The collective views uses a more traditional way of engaging with their followers, and they normally use Facebook as the main platform. So they often have media statements. In June 2020, WAR published a series of posts which had specific demands. The collective WAR privileged simplicity to address their allies in a more effective way. They use synthetic personalizations, the inclusive we, in capital letters. We demand in thematic position, obviously, followed by the text, shows emphasis on what's been asked and gives it authority. It's urgent and it must be done. The we can be also read as inclusive for allies and supporters and exclusive for those who are not willing to cooperate or have been ignoring the issue, more plausibly the government. So the Warriors of Aboriginal Resistance media strategies are rather interesting because they display this really strong commitment to the cause and some sort of a seriousness through direct communication, repetition, and also through different multimodal resources in which the collective audience relationship is managed through uses of links to facilitate navigation between different web pages, and also by connecting different people and different institutions, different organizations. They do often so by reposting posts from other Facebook pages, and also adding photographs and images from Twitter as well. So there is this cross-platform support and this specific characteristic. And here you can see.
Yeah, I'm sorry to jump in. You're quite over the time.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. So interesting. I wouldn't stop you actually. But
I'll be very quick then.
We have to leave.
Yeah. Okay. So very quick. So I can say more later on. So pretty much you can see here the various ways in which they communicate to their followers through their videos and through media statements, which are very important. And I argue this is done also in documenting activism. This is done in a way to show that they're very serious about their political action and they want to do something. So in some ways, to conclude, I think especially the work of this collective shows a very pressing need for action to be taken. They show that through, the visual strategies and resources on their Facebook page. But also, I think what we are witnessing right now, also what Professor Carlson has pointed out, is that digital activism can be seen as a tool of sovereignty, survivance, regeneration, and radical hope. So apologies for being over. I'm always really bad with time. So
okay, thank you. Well, it was very interesting. Of course, we wouldn't stop any of you. Okay, thank you so much, Chiara. And I now introduce you to your colleague, Katherine Russo. So it's a pleasure for me. Here she is. Okay. Katherine Russo, PhD University at the University of New South Wales, is Associate Professor at the University of Naples, L'Orientale, and her research interests include post-colonial whiteness and gender studies, audiovisual and translation studies, critical discourse analysis, and media discourse. She is the author of Practice of Proximity, the Appropriation of English in Australian Indigenous Literature, which won the Essay Book Award in 2012, and Global English Translation Flows Australia and New Zealand in Translation, and the Evaluation Risk in Institutional Newspaper Discourse, the Case of Climate Change and Migration. Now, leave the floor to Katherine Russo. We are very interesting.
Thank you, Antonella.
Thank you, Katherine.
Thank you for your generous introduction. I'll go here to share my PowerPoint presentation. I would like to start my talk with a brief video. I hope works. This is what I would like to term a trace of Indigenous climate change activism. This video, called Australianation by the digital native artist Jenny Fraser, was chosen to be broadcast into outer space in 2015 at a launch at the Odeon Theatre in Hobart, Tasmania. It was shot on the Great Barrier Reef, and as Jenny Fraser noted in her description of the project, in 30 years' time, when it will be accessed, we will have seen the death of the Great Barrier Reef. And as scientists predict, our society will bear witness to the death of sea life in general, all over the world. At the time of her creation, a global mass coral bleaching was occurring because of the highest recorded temperatures plaguing oceans. A year later, in 2016, the most severe bleaching occurred near Port Douglas, on the coast of Queensland, and in late November 2016, surveys of 62 reefs showed that long-term heat stress from climate change caused a 29% loss of shallow water coral. Scientists have been warning Australian people about this eventuality for decades. Bleaching was driven by the upward trend in ocean temperatures. It was linked to global warming. There was no denying that further extraction and burning of fossil fuels would be negative for the reef. Jenny Fraser is, as I said, is a digital artist. She likes to call herself a digital native artist, working within a fluid screen-based practice. She has a laconic sense of humor, and she picks away at the fabric of Australian society, exposing contradictions, absurdities, and denial. Yet, she also plays with the underlying discourses of climate change science communication and the future realities they create according to different degrees of speculations and uncertainty. Fraser calls viewers to think about the climatic regime which awaits us, and to say it with Bruno Latour, to allow for a differentiated version of predictions about the future that can be required of sciences, politics, and religions. Today, I will be speaking about a battle that was started in the same year by the Indigenous Australian traditional owners, Wangan and Yagalingu, which I would like to acknowledge today, and to which this speech is dedicated. In 2016, Adani Mining announced a 16.5 billion investment that is the largest coal mine in Australia and one of the largest in the world. And in the same year, the Wangan and Yagalingu people initiated several legal disputes against the mine with hearings under the Native Title Act 1993. The Wangan and Yagalingu people had rejected an Indigenous land use agreement proposed by Adani for the grant of the mining lease, and had applied in 2004 for an acknowledgement of their native title for the area in central Queensland. The registration of this native title claim gave the Wangan and Yagalingu people a right to negotiate in relation to the government decision that would affect their native title interests, such as the grant of a mining lease. The project was also opposed by a large-scale legal and media campaign by the social justice movement known as Stop Adani, and multiple legal challenges, including those from the Australian Conservation Foundation, which challenged the approval given to Adani by the Federal Environmental Minister relating to water and endangered species. The Wangan and Yagalingu fight was conducted independently but in alliance with the legal campaign networks. and strategically allied with a series of environmental communication campaigns, the most famous Stop Adani. Adani is one of the most powerful mining companies in the world and promised to create more than 2,000 jobs in the area and to invest, as I said, 16.5 billion. Yet it was stopped by the Wangan and Yangalingu people up until the 31st of August 2019, when the Queensland government extinguished native title over 1,385 hectares of Wangan Yangalingu country. In July 2019, Adani Australia commenced construction of the Carmichael mine after receiving final approval, and first coal was struck in June 2021. Yet it is important to note that the Wangan and Yangalingu people achieved a great downscaling of the initial project and several actions to save water and endangered species. Another important point is that the exports are planned to leave the country via port facilities, as you can see here, so on the Great Barrier Reef, at Hay Point and Abbott Point, after being transported to the coast via rail, not pipelines, which was greatly opposed by Indigenous peoples of these areas, for, as you know, its effects. Hence, they succeeded in temporarily halting and partly rescaling a gigantic enterprise to take place in a country which has been profiting from mining since its very foundation. How was this possible? Indigenous Australian activism against mining is not new. This is a petition from 1963 by the Yolngu people in Arnhem Land against the mining company Gominco. Yet I want to argue that the partial stopping and rescaling of Adani was possible because social media sites were used strategically by Indigenous people, by the Wangan and Yangalingu, to connect with other interested social movements and to politically agitate for social justice. As Bronwyn Carlson put it in Yearning Circles, many Indigenous social and political movements today depend on social media sites such as Facebook and Twitter as a means of effecting swift and efficient communication between and among Indigenous people. Yet I believe they did it strategically, and I will speak about some of the discursive strategies, and they so appropriated the Twitter medium. Following this line of thought, this study examines the way in which Twitter was used to connect and increase social connectivity, amplifying attention for the social and political cause, and creating a space for Indigenous worldviews of climate change justice, a worldview that stands as a resistant trace that questions neocolonial ideologies of development and risk and the fiction of economic progress, highlighting that its deterministic nature does not make it predictable, and revealing how environmental risks and the climate change crisis are predictable and central to ethics and cosmopolitics as the potential trigger of hate and also encounter connectivity and conviviality. In order to do so, I will briefly introduce the debate and background. I will proceed by illustrating the corpus design and methodology, the main findings, and finally conclude and provide some further questions. And here are some examples of the, I will speak about later about the hashtags. And this is the alliance with Stop Adani, the greater movement, and some examples of, an example of a newspaper report. Risk is defined in legal terms, risk is defined in legal terms as an actual or potential failure in the environment. It is related to a threat or potential threat to an environmental asset arising out of an organization activities. In our cases, the source of threat are effluents, emissions, wastes, resource depletion. And the organization is Adani, yet disputes regarding environmental risk are inherently related to communication, to evaluation. The definition and evaluation of environmental risk is far from being stable and unproblematic. While outcomes such as car mortality and premature birth are widely defined as risks, environmental sustainability and climate change are often contested, and their measurement often leads to controversies. Risks are traced to outcomes that we value. Defining risk means specifying those valued outcomes clearly enough to make choices about them. And these choices are related to the future, obviously, and to the value attached to environmental assets that are at stake. And so I want to argue that evaluation is fundamental, and I'm taking this from studies on evaluation in linguistics, discourse analysis, and so on. Over the past 15 years, environmental issues have been addressed by a growing number of national and international courts and tribunals. The Adani case has many of the main characteristics of most environmental cases. They are scientifically and technically complex and uncertain. They often involve multiple parties and agendas. They involve intractable disputes over values where scientists reports are asked, and they often have asymmetrical resources, and the government is often a party in environmental disputes. But I should say that during the period of the multiple legal disputes against Adani, news media intensified their role as a channel for the communication of risk. Yet their recontextualization, and so news-based risk communication was very important to bridge a gap between experts and lay readers. But their recontextualization often redefined the meaning through news values such as negativity, personalization, novelty, and so on. The remediation of news-based risk communication in social media also nurtured a further negotiation of meaning assigned to risks based on the user's own evaluation and opinion. As Michelle Zappavigna put it, social media users rarely present bold facts or narrate activities and events without adopting some kind of evaluative stance. Sharing and contesting opinion and sentiment is central to social media discourse. So legal verdicts were remediated by online news discourse, blogs, and social media, which called lay people to think about them either as active participants or interested observers. The legal disputes were surrounded by a campaign which has been the biggest environmental campaigns in Australia since the 1980s, probably. And the legal disputes had a lifespan that extended greatly beyond their specific communicative moment. Blogs, social media sharing were used for digital activism. They were used to share, remediate, and reevaluate news through social media, frame public opinion on scientific specialized information through online news media and blogs, enable the rise and affiliation of independent activists, create campaign pressure points with the use of geotags and hashtags, and for fundraising. So here are just some examples of, this is the Stop Adani campaign, and just some examples. So the involved Wangan and Wagalingo traditional owners, the conservation groups, and which initiated Stop Adani, and they all set up their own blogs and Twitter and Facebook accounts. So readers could follow them on a more intimate level. Yet the Wagan and Yangalingo people created a strategic alliance and also always referred to each other through to the other movements through slogans and direct citation, in a strategic move towards a common mobilization. As a result, they enabled the maximization of number of shared visions of risk values and outcomes, successful legitimization and social mobilization around a common goal and enemy entity. So this is my approach. I take, it adopts a critical discourse analysis approach to social media discourse. It therefore analyzes social media discourse from a combined quantitative and qualitative point of view. And in this light, I argue that in considering the Wangan and Wangalingu case, we must take into consideration a media ecology and its context of culture and context of situation, which needs to be analyzed by integrating a critical and multidirectional approach to discourse. When mapping the semiotic cycles of communicative events, we must explore how they are interdiscursively and intertextually related. It is thus relevant to analyze discourse as a recontextualization of preceding discourses and genres into resemiotized forms. In other words, it is interesting to study how discourses may travel across genres and social media platforms, influencing each other, yet changing due to the new context and social relations, and reflect on the power structures implicit in social media genres and how they may influence their use, but also on the appropriation by specific users in specific communicative context. So I would like to argue that in critically analyzing how a social event is mediated in different genres, we should ask several questions relating to the relationship with the new context and how it changes the way the event is framed. So which elements are present or are prominent, background and foregrounded, the degree of abstraction from concrete events, the arrangement, how are events ordered, additions, and so on. So this is my corpus. Sorry if I'm rushing a bit through this part, method part. I created it actually a few years ago with a subcorpus with the legal disputes, and then a online news reports part, the blogs. And for this study, I have created a Twitter subcorpus. And the analysis for this paper focused only on the legal disputes by the Wangan and Yagalingu people, their blog and Twitter posts with hashtags Standing Our Ground and Wangan Yagalingu. I proceeded with a normalize my data on a 10,000 basis following a standard procedure in the field for opportunistic corpora. I firstly looked at climate change in the different corpora, and I should first of all say that concordance lines in the blog, so there was a continuum of collocates, as you can see here, and this was different according to the different subcorpora. In the legal documents, I'll go back to this. In the legal documents, climate change has quite a restricted range of statistically significant collocate verbs, mainly mitigate, contribute, and result. And also, obviously, we find the predictably terms related to the causes and effects of climate change, such as acidification, warming, and so on, emissions. Instead, in the analysis of the blogs, we see the use of a stronger, for instance, we see battle, fight, and combat as colors are salient in the blog corpus. And so here you see we have salient discourses are protection, war, fight, the front line, and combat. The strength of these collocations is particularly significant in comparison to the dispute files, since they implicitly define climate change as an enemy and employ the topoi of militarization and securitization to categorize social actors and align readers with the campaign. Here is again a petition, and it might recall some of the strategies that Chiara was mentioning. And so here I sort of transcribed it. for you. You see here how we have the same use of we, but also references to economic development, and also the acknowledgement of Stop Adani in the same title. So recalling Stop Adani, destroying our land and culture, and also in the end you see how they acknowledge the existence of other people who care deeply about conserving natural places, vital water resources, and so on. And you also see again the sort of the war metaphor, the defense of country, and so on. In the Twitter corpus, we also have the evaluation of risks of water extraction is evaluated as a massive and threatening. Yet, and also we see fight, protect again, but there's also new discourses like the sacred, resistance, presence, sovereignty, and colonialism. So in this one of these tweets by the Wangan Nyagalingu account, you see that its recontextualization entails a different set of discursive frames, such as resistance, sovereignty, and colonialism. And in this example, we have the war metaphor again to mobilize activists against climate change, yet it collocates with the protection of sacred land. And the image contributes obviously to meaning. We know that we can't read Twitter tweets without taking into consideration all the modes that so it contributes to the construction of the fight as pertaining to sacred land. Similarly, in this tweet, we see how the legal fight signified by the image of the legal document recalls the semantic domain of legal evidence, and the hashtag evict Adani also recalls it. But they're redefined in terms of the struggle for land rights, indigenous sovereignty, and belonging in regard to sacred indigenous grounds. Here we also see instead a stronger reference to the sacred, so to the spirit, fire, and ancestors, while the image of the ceremony of creative banners and of men sitting still and physically stopping the police contributes to the creation of a more effective message through a strong reference to the situational context. Here also we see again a reference to the sacred Ndangambala springs, and in opposition to Adani's destructive coal mine. So you see here how we have so many elements of evaluation, which, as you know, is prosodic in nature, and is indeed present in tweets. And here again, even stronger, we see the discourse of colonization, of sovereignty, and again the hashtag evict Adani, and standing our ground, which was the most prolific hashtag that was used, and I think is interesting. So conversely, so I want to see how this impacted on news reports, and how the correlation with news reports. In news reports, as you know, as you probably know, if you've studied, news reporting on climate change, there is often, the balance of different points of view on climate change. So there is complexity and scientific uncertainty. There is the financial viability, and there is an argument between opposing views, and often a disproportionate representation of climate change deniers to balance the opinions. No, it's just part of you know, the genre, I guess. So here there are some examples. You know, there remains a considerable uncertainty about the actual warming rate and so on. And also through modals here, we can see also the invitation of you know, of perhaps doubt. And here, economic growth versus climate change risks, because as I said, Adani had announced 10,000 jobs and to inject huge sums into the economy. And in the second example, we see how the leaders of the opposition are framed according to affect fears, no? Which somehow detracts from their credibility.
Katherine, I'm sorry, could I ask you to go to the conclusion?
Yes, yes, sure.
Okay. Out of
yeah, sure. So I'm nearly finished. So here also we see the invitation on doubt. So this was the headline: "Who wants to capitalize on the Galilee basin?" So even just this question, no. But what I wanted to conclude is that perhaps the most important effect that it has had on news reporting is that we see in these headlines the same metaphors and indigenous peoples as fighters and in an active position, which we know in discourse analysis how important it is to have social actors in the actor position. So traditional owners continue their fight against Adani Carmichael coal mine, traditional owners fighting Adani coal mine, Mount, and so on. The battle, indigenous owners launched fresh legal challenge, and so on. So the possibility of seizing self-representation through digital activism, this is my conclusion, in this case had a profound effect on their representation in news discourse. As they have advocated on numerous occasions, Indigenous Australian peoples have been historically filtered out of news media accounts, and they have been often represented as helpless and powerless victims requiring salvation. The latter representations have been particularly contested by the very groups who are identified as Indigenous peoples. They have often reclaimed their role as active agents of change and have stressed their concerns over the loss of sovereignty, agency, and self-determination related to mining and their roles as knowledge bearers and laborers. In turn, during this campaign, Indigenous peoples played a vital rhetorical role in giving a human face and an imagined collective subject to the inanimate or abstract idea of climate change. Far from being an exercise in environmental apocalypticism, they stood their ground, questioning neocolonial ideologies of development and the fiction of national progress. They highlighted that its deterministic nature does not make it predictable. Their vision often revealed their highly accurate view of climate change risks. That is, they have a vision where the sacred and ancestral knowledge gives us a lot of knowledge about the predictable pattern of climate change. Water tides, winds, and cyclones act as predictable agents as in scientific chaos theory, yet while anthropocentric representation of climate change are often apocalyptic and the anthropomorphic reading of the natural forces often recenters anthropocentrism itself, the forces of environmental chaos are ordered. They are part of the effecting of change and creation itself, rather than being an effect of change or an unpredictable event. Thank you.
Thank you, Katherine. Thank you. I will quickly move to Eva Polak. I'm sorry, I'm going to introduce them very briefly because your presentations are so interesting. I'll just say that Eva Polak is Associate Professor in the Department of English, University of Zagreb, Croatia, and where she teaches Australian Studies. Very interesting is her recent publication with Futuristic Worlds in Australian Aboriginal Fiction, the Swan Book. Indigenous CLIFI and CLIFI, a companion on or other studies. Sorry to cut that short, but we really want to hear your presentation, and we will have time maybe later on to know more about you. So sorry, Eva, the floor goes to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm using the stopwatch, so I'll stick to my plot. Okay, I'll be talking today about Indigenous futurism in Australia and how it actually reached how it basically is spreading the word in the digital age. It won't be so much about resistance as it will be about resilience and inclusivity. And I'm using an example of Brolga, which is an Australian short. But before that, I just want to share with you a little bit about Indigenous futurism, which is a global movement. And all the quotes I've taken come from Grace L. Dillon, who is of Anishinaabe descent. She works at the State Oregon Uni in Oregon. She gave us basically the theoretical kind of backdrop to Indigenous futurism. And she came up with a very important preface, long preface of the first anthology of Indigenous science fiction, Walking the Clouds, in 2012. She said basically it's an offshoot of science fiction, but it molds and bends the usual paraphernalia of science fiction. The second quote will tell you where the difference lies. That Indigenous futurism sometimes fuse Indigenous sciences with the latest scientific theories available in public discourse, and sometimes undercut the Western limitations of science altogether. And the last quote I've taken here comes from one of her more recent papers that she published in very famous, very important science fiction magazine, Recontextualisation. And the issue published in 2016 was totally dedicated to Indigenous futurisms. And there she includes the notion of inclusivity. And inclusivity means that unlike science fiction, which started off as a very Eurocentric genre, Indigenous futurism are inclusive of other cultures. And that's why they point towards, as she says, towards the healing and balance. And it's not just healing and balance for Indigenous peoples, but healing and balance for everybody who is prepared to listen and learn. Now, in that preface, she also talks about the tentative genre of that corpus. It's an artistic movement which includes not just novels and short stories, whatnot, but also audiovisual art and visual art as well. And she says it's a species of, she talks about the genre as native slipstream within Indigenous futurism. And she says it's a species of speculative fiction within the SF realm, which infuses stories with time travel, alternate realities, multiverses, and alternative histories. And as its name implies, native slipstream views time as past, presents, and futures that flow together like currents in a navigable stream. It thus replicates nonlinear thinking about space-time. And this element of nonlinearity is extremely important for Indigenous Australians because the whole worldview that we usually call in English as a dreaming and dreamtime, which is a very misfortunate coinage, the whole story, the whole context of the dreaming is basically everyone. Does not divide time into those fixed categories as we do, past, present, and future. It's literally everyone. And here I put two voices of two scholars, or two writers of speculative fiction. One is Nella Hopkinson, that I suppose you may know. She's really an internationally established scholar. And this is what she says. She says in her quote, and these quotes come from two Indigenous scholars, and they are very similar. One is from Nalla Hopkinson, that many people know. One is from Emily, who is a speculative fiction writer and illustrator from Western Australia. And both writers claim very similar things. Hopkinson says that for many of Indigenous peoples in the world, science fiction is not a thrilling story because they've been there. They actually saw alien ships approaching their shores, and they are the survivors of their story. And Quay Molina basically argues the same thing. She says that Indigenous peoples in the world were basically subjects of the topics in the genre of fantasy and science fiction as the objects. They were objectified. And for the first time, they can tell the story of their own because of already being there. And basically what's happening with Indigenous futurisms in the world on a global scale is that they're saying, we've been there, we've survived the first apocalypse, which is colonization. Maybe it's time for the rest of the world to listen to us, the stories of the survivors. Now, in Australia, Indigenous futurism has been around at least in writing, in novelistic writing from the 1990s, I put here a series of novels that can be labeled as indigenous futurism. Probably among the authors, you may have heard of Alexis Wright, because she became internationally acclaimed indigenous writer due to her Carpentaria. And the Swan book, her most recent novel from 2013, is the book that is in line with indigenous futurism. If you would kind of try to squeeze it into the genre, the beauty of majority of indigenous writing is they always kind of shift. The moment you put them into one specific genre, they switch to another because it's such an innovative writing. Alexis Wright is not really present on social networks, but she's all over the place when it comes to YouTube. Unlike Claire G. Coleman, which is the most recent voice of indigenous futurism, and I would say right now the most prominent voice, her Terra Nullius and Viola, two of her novels from 2017 and 2019, and she's very much present on Twitter and on YouTube. She has her own YouTube channel. Another example of indigenous futurism you might have come across is the one that was spread all over the place, and that's the two-part the series called Cleverman. It aired on Sundance TV in the States, it aired on ABC TV in Australia, it aired on BBC in the UK, and it's a very rich, lavishing cooperation between indigenous writers and also custodians of the story about Cleverman. And the custodians has given basically the creator Anne Griffiths some kind of green light to go forth with the story. Now, Cleverman does not belong to some kind of paraphernalia of the usual fantasy and science fiction. Rather, what we have to take into consideration, there are still some classical indigenous communities in Australia that do understand and have Cleverman among them. And in the digital age has seen younger voices appropriating it. Now, one of the most beautiful projects is the project in Pilbara region in Western Australia. And the product of that specific project, Ilayala project, was Neomad. It was the result of some 30 kids working together, and they came up with what would end up being a series of comic books and graphic novels. And these kids decide to digitize that, and now it's available as an interactive comic on iTunes. Another example is John Sambono's sci-fi series. He started he basically had no money, as the case usually is. And that's probably one of the key problems why these indigenous productions are few and far between unless somebody jumps in with the money. So he started crowdfunding projects to finance the making of the series that were primarily destined as web series. So what he did, he opened a channel on YouTube, and there you can go and watch Amy Dancing's his sci-fi web series. Now, this is something I would like to talk about, Brolga. Now you can see from the poster for this film, this is a roughly 16-minute feature short, that this short won a series of awards. Now, all these awards come from specialized festivals. So in other words, if you haven't been to any of those festivals, you wouldn't know about the film. Now, what Adrian Powers, the director, did, he opened a YouTube channel, and now if you go to YouTube, put down Brolga, it'll be basically, it should be on your first page, among your first page hits. You'll probably come across Bangara Dance Theatre and their take of Brolga dance, and then it will come up with first hits will be Brolga. So you might as well at any point in time, you feel like you just put Brolga on YouTube and you can watch it. And this is beauty because this beautiful short can enter any household, if you like. Now, the story behind Brolga is that Edwin Powers is a white fellow, and he started cooperating with Michael Connolly, and you can see on the slide he is identified as the story custodian. This is very important thing, the story custodian. So the story behind Brolga comes from Michael Connolly and his I think that's his maternal side, Mariwari maternal side. So that's the story he has the right to tell. And he has created a series of paintings of the Brolga story, and he's the custodian of the story. So he worked with Adrian Powers together, and this is a beautiful way, beautiful cooperation. Now, in Australia, everybody knows what Brolga is. It's a beautiful cane bird, and it's renowned for its strange, beautiful dance, because it tends to whoosh its wings, and it has to hop around and whirl. That's why, for instance, Bangarra Dance Theatre, which is the most important Indigenous theatre in Australia, came up with beautiful Brolga dance. Now, if you check the poster is mostly in black and white, which is very indicative when you watch the film, because most of the film is shot in black and white. But it starts here at the top of the poster. You have the sign, you have the line, "The most important things we have are our stories." And this is exactly how the film opens, with a voiceover of a person we'll later on learn as being our protagonist. This is a young Aboriginal bloke who is trying to survive in a post-apocalyptic space. Now, I've taken a series of stills from the short, the so-called print screen option. So this is how it starts. It's Australia soon. So this is a very recent future. Now, what Adrian Powers did, he immediately introduced us with the opening shot of a decrepit urban space. For international viewers, that would be any urban decrepit space, obviously post-apocalyptic. For Australian viewers, this signals urban spaces such as Sydney. Now, the camera pans to kind of more detailed parts of this urban space. Now, this shot there, and this shot. And then gradually it moves to something which brings us to a more kind of what would be in Australia called a rural space, towards the woods. So this shot, all these shots were shot in Chernobyl exclusion zone. So what Powers did, he visited Ukraine a year before deciding to wrap up the film. And he did a lot of footages of Chernobyl exclusion zone, and he quite beautifully inserted into the film about basically Australia, signaling that this will be the Australia of near future. And based on what Katherine was saying about climate change, I mean, if you haven't followed what's happening in Australia today, I think 2 days ago, Scott Morrison, Australia's Prime Minister, came out with the mind-blowing, specifically Australian climate policy. And based on that policy, this could really be Australia's future. Now, this is what Adrian Powers does immediately afterwards. It brings us to beautiful lush forest. Now, this was actually shot in urban New South Wales, in rural New South Wales. And then the camera pans lower, and we are back in the shot that he took in Chernobyl's exclusion zone. So it's a very nice technique. Now, so far, the film is shot in black and white technique. We come across the guy who's Aboriginal bloke whose voiceover we are listening. So he opened the film for us, and he has found the cave where he can shelter, and he's basically trying to survive. He observes, when he enters into the cave, this cave already has some paintings. We are not sure whether those are his paintings or they've been there for a long time. This is very reminiscent of classical Indigenous art, rock paintings as well. And the moment he looks at those paintings, they turn into color. They become alive. And as we later realize, that's because he knows the story and he appreciates the story. These paintings or these images from the film are taken from the custodian of the story, Michael Connolly. So those are his basically images. Now, and these are the only elements in color so far. Now, he observes how two blokes are molesting a woman and a girl manages to run away. And this is the girl who will end up going into his cave. And he will try to help her. He starts by trying to find out about her name, and she doesn't want to say her name. He tells her, listen, I'll tell you a story from a long time ago, and this story will tell you name. And this story will give you your name. And this is the story about Brolga, as we learn. Now, the beauty of the rest of the film is that we show two things. We have voiceover of this young Aboriginal bloke telling us an old story that he heard from his father, and his father heard from his father, about the girl called Brolga. And at the same time, in the story now of the short, which is Australia Near Future, we see how this story develops in that contemporary or futuristic moment. Now, the story of Brolga is the story of a beautiful indigenous girl who would go early out of her camp and she would dance around, and the elders would observe her, and because she was emulating the pelican movement, the emu movements, but she was still a girl at the time, as young as our girl here. You can notice that this girl is not indigenous, and she was observed by an evil spirit from the Milky Way. In the film, it is shown as a white fellow who molested basically what could be her mother, observing her from the top of the rock. And from the story we hear that this evil spirit in long, long time ago observed the girl, loved her dancing, and wanted to have the girl just for himself. So he basically left the sky, went to the place where this little girl was, and he disguised himself in a whirlwind, or as in Australia they call it, willy willy. And he wraps up Brolga, and then the elders see that, and then Brolga starts fighting for her life. And this Aboriginal bloke whose voice we hear, he's observing how this white fella is trying basically to kill her. And we hear the story how the elders saw the same in times long ago, and they decided to help her. And at the same time, this little girl decided to defend for her own life. Now, the moment she started to fend of her life, according to the old narrative, the evil spirit, seeing her fighting for her own life and seeing the elders approaching to help her, decided basically to snatch her, to grab her and bring her with her. So he turns into whirlwind and disappears, like the whirlwind, like the willy willy, eventually disappears in the sky. And instead of this little girl, what's left behind is Brolga, and then Brolga starts dancing. Now, in the short, basically this Aboriginal bloke helps the girl, and girl also starts fending off the villain, and they manage to kill him. And the moment the story is finished, and mind you, we are listening to that story, they are allegedly in the cave, so there are several parallel actions going on. The moment the story finishes, the screen is in color, no longer in black and white. And when this little girl used to observe these paintings, this beautiful rock art on the caves of this, on the walls of this cave where this bloke is, they're in black and white for her. But the moment she hears the story and tries to understand to the extent that she can understand, everything is lit in colors, including beautiful images. And the last image we see is basically the image of Brolga. And that's basically the film for you. Now, in less than 16 minutes, and it wraps up with the sentence, the most important things we have are our stories. So in less than 16 minutes, what we have basically the director shows us the timelessness of classical indigenous art, the timelessness of indigenous storytelling. Not only that, it tells us that we don't have to be the initiates to understand the story. Obviously, the story we are told as non-initiates are the story we are allowed to see. There are many indigenous stories which are not for the non-initiates. This is the story that explains how Brolga came to be, how Brolga the bird, beautiful crane, came to be. Now, bear in mind that this story is very inclusive, because Aboriginal young man is telling that to a white girl. So it's extremely inclusive. And this white girl can understand, obviously can understand a story to a degree that it can appreciate it. And guess what? Now we get to the end, which is that actually there is a huge applicability of that message. And that message is very simple. We need to work together in order to survive. And it doesn't matter where you come from, what culture you come from, we need to work together in order to survive. But there is one precondition. We need to learn how to listen to other cultures, in this case, indigenous Australian cultures. Now, there's also another kind of message in this short, and that message may remain hidden for non-Australian viewers. And that has to do also with what Katherine was talking about, and that is the destruction of ancient indigenous sites, primarily due to mining. Adani is the most terrible example, that's for sure. I mean, this is the huge mine that should be the size of the UK, when it is finished, which is really mind-blowing concept. Now, what Powers had in mind was to also draw attention to the destruction of indigenous rock art. The last example, as far as I know, was in May last year when Rio Tinto, another huge corporation digging in Western Australia, they destroyed a very important site in Western Australia, which had the traces of human habitation dating back 26,000 years, and they literally destroyed it. And right now, there are no rules in Australia that would actually avoid that future action. That's a huge problem. So this is maybe the message that maybe the viewers who are not in Australia would detect. I don't think they would detect that, but this is also something that Powers had in mind. So 16 minutes is just a click away from anybody to learn something. And finally, I would like to wrap it up with kind of a conclusion, which is not mine, because indigenous peoples have already drawn many important conclusions. It also comes from Amberlyn Quamelina, who says, we, meaning indigenous peoples, we survived by holding on to our cultures, our kin, and our sense of what was right in a world gone terribly wrong. So what basically indigenous peoples, those who also venture into indigenous futurism, are asking the rest of us, is basically, they're very optimistic. First of all, they imagine the future, and science fiction in general is in that regard a very optimistic genre, because there will be some kind of future. And when indigenous people are saying, okay, there will be the future, there will be some kind of future, but it basically is asking us to think about the morning, about the future we would like to get up to. Thank you. That's it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the timing. It was very interesting, and allow me to thank Anna to asking me to chair this very interesting panel. Thank you, Anna. It was really, really interesting. So I'll quickly move on now to Elena Baldassarri. Here again, I'll be very brief. She's adjunct professor in the North American history at Roma University in Italy. And her research interests focus on North American environmental policy and Canada's sovereignty over the lands and waters of the Arctic. I won't say more. She has always also been awarded several grants. Please, we really are running out of time. So Elena, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to express my gratitude to the organization of the conference. It was such an incredible experience to listen to the keynote speakers and the presenter on this panel. So now we are moving from Australia to Canada, and I'm starting to share my screen, not this one. Sorry. Okay, yes, you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, yes. I can see perfectly.
Okay, so perfect. Today I will expose a research that is in the making and talks about a present question that using my background, that is an historical background. So we'll start with a fact that is on February the 3rd, 2021, in which protesters blocked the airstrip and access road of the Mary River iron ore mine in North Baffin Island, forcing a stop to mining and leaving the 700 employees blocked. The group of protesters was composed by hunters who called themselves the Nulujat Land Guardians, who traveled over 150 kilometers to get to mine sites. They were protesting the Baffin Land Company proposal to double its output from 6 million tons to 12 and build a 100 kilometers railway to the ocean. So the history of the mine started in 1962 when two pilots who were conducting an airborne exploration noted high-grade iron ore in Mary River in northern Baffin Islands. In 1886, a Canadian mining company, so the Baffin Land Iron Mines Corporation, started exploration and development on the property. But it was not until 2015 that Baffin Land began operation. I put this here in line because I want to stress the long period that it takes and how today is speeding up the process. So today, Mary River operation consists of mining iron ore from the reserve, that is deposit 1 here, then transport ore from the mine by trucks to mill port and ships it to markets from the port during the open water season. So we have two main operating locations, the mine site and the port. The two sites are connected via a tote road, and that's in responding the changing iron market condition, Baffin Land also developed a phase 2 proposal, which has been in review since 2015. So the phase 2 proposal outlines an increase in the quantity of ore shipped, supported by the construction of a new railway. And this is the project that the land guardians were contesting in February. So with the operation increasing, people and observers started to notice effects and impacts and communicating their concern. People in Pondilet, Nunavut, that is the nearest community, have been mentioning the red patches on the snow. And this is the iron dust from the mine. So Nunavut Impact Review Board, the organization that conducts impact assessments on projects in Nunavut, asked to Baffin Land Iron Mine Corporations to find a way to make sure that dust from its iron ore stockpiles doesn't end up settling on nearby sea ice. But this is very difficult to manage. So we have social media, Instagram, Facebook, and local national newspapers full of pictures documenting the ice covered by orange sand. But dust spreading in the ecosystem and in the drinking water is not the only risk. Narwhals can be affected by increasing the shipping. The railways, the prospective railways, has the potential to impact the migration and health of the North Baffin caribou herd. So trying to answer to this concern, Baffin Land Corporation prepared a series of reports asking to specialists to study and monitor the impact of the project. On June 2019, a consultant hired by Baffin Land published an article in an online geographical journal. The title of this article was "Will Baffin Land's Money Impact Caribou Habitat?" And the article pictured that a technology, the GIS technologies in particular, could help Baffin Land to determine its impact on caribou. But the reaction to this article was different from what the author expected. The mayor of Pondilet said that the article presented a view that reduced traditional knowledge, the AQ, only to simple data. For example, listing the caribou migration routes and habitats. So the community raised big concern about this mixing up scientific data and traditional knowledge. So the article that was immediately removed by pressure of the mining company, use traditional knowledge expressed during the Beffinland hearings out of the context and reduce it in a way that probably is not the one that the authors wanted. So it seems, in the opinion of the community, not to understand that traditional knowledge has allowed the preservation of Aboriginal subsistence. At this point, I would like to underline how important is for is the community consultation process in the decision-making system in Nunavut, and how central is in this decision-making system that how central is the traditional knowledge. In 1993, when it was signed the Nunavut Act and Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, this agreement accorded the Inuits 350,000 square kilometers of land, including access to mineral rights. From that moment, to manage and defend their lands, Inuit have diversified their political strategies with governmental and non-governmental organizations. For example, we have the Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Kitiktani Inuit Association, and so on. But the very first important step was the incorporation of traditional knowledge into Northern development practices. This is unique. This was unique in this time and represent a new innovative process. Aboriginal participation in the institution developed to foster traditional knowledge, serve to empower communities and enable them to have control over their own future. So the core of this agreement is the Nunavut Impact Review Board. That is an institution of public government to assess the potential impact of proposed project prior to the approval. So the mandate of the NIRB is clear as a series of objectives to provide for certainty and clarity of rights and ownership, to provide Inuits harvesting rights, to provide Inuit with financial compensation, to encourage self-reliance and the cultural and social well-being of Inuits. So we can say that NRLB links traditional knowledge and development in both top-down and bottom-up approach, because officially upset traditional knowledge as well develops and maintain and try to help it. So the board is responsible for overseeing the evaluation of projects that involve public hearings. Through the public hearings, communities and elders, with their own words, express concern about harvesting, use, and management of lands, about water and resources. Under this process, traditional knowledge was made mandatory in the collection of baseline information. In this way, public hearings should have become the place, the site for dialogue and also for resistance in some way. However, NRLB hearings have strict rules of engagement, and the Inuit have become enclosed in this sort of frame that promotes control of community responses rather than debate. So in the last year, climate change and global demand for energy and minerals are renewed the importance of resources extraction, with its consequent profusion of promises of jobs, investment, and wealth in communities that are plagued by high unemployment, poverty, and social problems. So with this context in mind, it is clear that while digital realm had provided support, technologies have added a new layer of complexity on the procedures. And so even if previously has been decades of organized political organization and resistance with Inuits, today activism is converted to a sort of form of survival. So, but militancy and activism need to establish dialogues and debate outside the formal consultation structures. So Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, social medias, and websites boost some of the tactical means used by Inuit to bridge geographical and social distance. And we talked about that during all the other panel today. So we have text, photos, videos that are sort of testimonials. They amplify the voices of the Inuit by virtue of transforming what is private into public. So, for example, this morning, someone say that the people, Inuit people express their own concern, putting their face on Facebook, for example, and making public their own experience, their own daily life. In this very big range of options that digital realm gives to the Inuit people, I want to describe an experience that I find very important. That is the Izuma TV. Izuma TV is an online platform launched in 2008 by the Izuma production. Izuma production was the first open production company founded by the movie maker Zacharias Knuk and Norman Cohn. And the TV, Izuma TV, is a multimedia website and online portal for Inuit and Indigenous culture. The site is intended to help native communities around the world become connected. So starting from 2012, Izuma TV distributes information about mining, recorded hearings, and hosted a number of community members broadcasting news and discussion about mining process. So this web TV plays an important role in transforming how community members may participate in NRLB hearings, and mostly important, recirculating the content of testimonies via their website. So you can see the hearings more and more time. And so I think that this possibility give energy to a new activism involving community members directly in consultation. And one of the biggest theme of this recording is Bethlehem Mary River project. In this year, so in January, the 18th January 2021, Izuma TV and other sponsor launched a new expression that is Uvagut TV. Uvagut is the first television channel devoted exclusively to Inuktitut language programming. So we have a daily programming in UVA.tv. The channel is actually distributed to the RT cable subscribers in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories, as well as international, but online. So why this evolution? Because first of all, we know that the broadcasting TV aims to reach more people. And if you have sometimes just take a look to the programming, and the programming is very interesting because it's really a focus in the recovery of language, and also has a very big part focused on the children and we can say the kids programming. Actually, in this moment, UVA.tv is redoubling by a legal action to secure the right to broadcast public hearings scheduled from November, this next week, because the NRAB denies this possibility, so to broadcast the public hearing, claiming that the broadcasting of the public hearings might interfere, disrupt, or distract from the board objective in conducting proceedings. So, of course, this is clear that since that's the opinion of the communities, that this decision seems arbitrary and is probably a violation of human rights to participate and to access to decision about resource use and the land. So, in conclusion, Mary River Mine story demonstrates that digital realm is being incorporated in the development of a new political imaginary. I think it is also important, to remember that indigenous activists are not alone in the use of the new technologies. And mining companies, government are also using social media as means of directing public discourse. So you can see that in their own presence in Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I think that is quite clear if you look at the website of Baffinland company, mining company. And as a sort of points on conclusion or consideration, it's not a really conclusion, but that's some of the things that comes out in my mind. And first of all, we know that the pros, the positive things is that digital realm increase awareness. So we noticed that with the campaign in favor of the blockade, for example, against the dust, ore dust. The digital realm, so they can connect remote and small communities to the rest of the world. So I could know everything about this movement because I can see that from the social network. But we have also several problems. And the first one is that what about the traditional knowledge? So the IQ. What happened to the traditional knowledge when it's out of context? And so how to manage the exposure of this culture that is totally different in a frame that is a different, a Western culture frame. And then we have also another point, that is the oral communication. Oral communication is fundamental to Inuit culture. So how is this oral communication connected with the use of new technologies? For example, it's very important for this point that in February, parallel to the hunters protest, we have also the community that was protesting because for the Corona crisis, the hearings must be done in Zoom, and so they can connect only to hub, so Iqaluit and Pondillet and other communities concerned by the hearings, so the Mary River hearings cannot be directly present. They cannot be connected with the hub. So that's another point of problematic points. And then we have another question, that is that information is good, but too much information sometimes is very hard to manage. And this is something, for example, that is clear if you look at the NRRB sites. Here you can find all the documentation about the mining process and all the hearings, all the projects. But this documentation is so big and so complex that sometimes it's very hard to understand how to find the proper documents. And last but not least, of course, there is the question of the digital divide. So what about the connection and the use of the new platform in an area like the Nunavut, which has always problem of connection. So I want to stop there because I was too long. And
thank you, Elena. Thank you so much. We are not running out of time. We have already run out of time. So everybody, again, everything was really interesting. We don't have much time. However, if Anna allows us, we would have just time for a couple of questions because I see many questions in the chat. So please. I see one from Alexandra. Alexandra, would you like to jump in? This was for Katherine, such a thought-provoking panel. I'm thoroughly enjoying love the use of corpus assistant CTA, Katherine, and the fighting collective formation it showed up. It is worth thinking what is in the we formations are represented and speak on behalf of others. Katherine, could you please answer very briefly?
Very briefly.
Sorry, because we have no time.
Yeah, just briefly. I think also Chiara touched upon this. I mentioned this. Maybe you're, Alexandra, you're referring to the petition, I guess. And yes, of course, it's an exclusive way here, which I think actually gives the petition authority and underlines the different opinion, no? And actions undertaken by the Wagan and Yagalingu. It also, well, as we know, exclusive way, it, gives us a different hierarchical position, I think, for Wagan and Yagalingu people in this case, in which, the Wagan and Yagalingu are somehow on top of this hierarchy. But I also found that it was interesting, that reference about we know that there are other people, and it's, I think, one of the strengths was to actually ally with the greater Stop Adani movement. I mean, there's more work to be done, though, obviously, about instead, I would say, the Stop Adani movement and how they somehow, their alliance, that is more critical. And so I think it needs work, and yeah, that is a bit problematic somehow. But at the same time, we saw how, yeah, anyway, there's a lot to be done on that. Thank you for your question.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just read one for Chiara, because I really it would have been my question too. Chiara, are you saying that certain semiotic resources are in fact more effective for doing activism than others? That would be very interesting, because I want to know that.
That's
too.
a very good question, actually. Yes, and yeah, in general, yes, I'm saying that because I missed the whole actual slide when about of analysis about wars of Aboriginal resistance, and in particular, I'm saying that there are semiotic resources used by certain groups which are more creative in some ways, and they are meant to convey specific meanings. And you see that warriors of the Aboriginal resistance have chosen a very particular direct and in some ways plain mode of addressing the viewers and their followers and their audiences, normally activists, but also they want to, I think, that extending their messages beyond the usual people who actually might follow them. I think the strategic use of media statements, media conferences, also the word in media conference and how they do that. Also, some of the videos are very reminiscent of Black Power movement kind of postures and gestures, and also the gazing and how they're placed into the room. I think, all the strategic semiotic resources are used to convey specific meaning. And I see that that's been employed, and that's my view, by this collective in particular, because they want real change. And I think that they want to do that through a very kind of serious, so they convey in some ways this idea of seriousness, right? They are very direct messages, normally white background, black writing, obviously very specific links, how to do things. And in general, they have specific requests. And I see that as being also demands for the government and politicians, and not just a way to create connections or show solidarity, but their strategies and visually how they are created. I think that, yeah, they definitely index that. And at the same time, there are more creative forms of participation and protest also online, which show a more of a the feelings, the emotions. So as Professor Carlson was saying, it's more around the emotive sphere and perhaps even the affective publics created around those visual artifacts. So there are different dimensions to the visual outpouring and this phenomenon, and the ways in which you can interpret it. So yeah, definitely all those strategies convey something different. Yeah.
Thank you. Anna, do we have time, just a very, very brief, because I have one for Professor Polak, actually.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, please. You were talking about the idea of inclusiveness. This is, you said, is an inclusive story. So it's a story, of course, of cooperation, of surviving together. Is she our answer to the answer to our need for a superhero?
Is the story of inclusiveness our answer to the story of inclusiveness superhero? I hope not.
Okay.
I hope not. Because superheroes, initially, how they were formed, they came out of basically of the Second World War. I mean, that's how Superman as a superhero was created. And not only was he basically a superhero for the Americans because he was spreading the American culture. As far as I know, also several weeks ago, they decided to kind of put aside that American specificness of Superman. So superheroes basically appear at a time of crisis. But unfortunately, I mean, growingly, we have some superheroes coming from other cultures, but more often than not, they perpetuate the story of the whole humanity working together in a happy-go-lucky way, which unfortunately is not the case. And we've seen, if we just put it on grassroots level, the story about COVID is not humanity working in tune. So I hope that this is not a story of superheroes, but rather a story of sane governments that take into consideration their people's voices. That's what I hope would be kind of a way ahead.
That is the real answer to our fears. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anna. I believe we don't have much time. We don't have time.
We don't have time, unfortunately, because we're supposed to end this panel at 30, sorry, but it's fine. I mean, it was full of interesting suggestions, and lots of new things came up, like the reference to inclusivity, survivance too, and solidarity. So it was truly fascinating and interesting, but we have to jump to the next panel, unfortunately, and we have to just leave the coffee break. I'm sorry, but we don't have time for that. At the same time, also wanted to take the occasion and welcome Alexandra Gurgakopoulou, who is our keynote speaker, who's talking on Friday. So welcome here officially, Alexandra. Thank you also for joining the conversation. And thanks, Antonella, for wonderfully chairing this panel, and to all the panelists and the people who contributed to the debate.
Thank you.
So, Chiara, maybe you want to jump in? Okay, great. So Chiara is chairing the next panel. We already know Chiara, so you know who she is. And Chiara,
thanks everybody. Thanks, Anna. So we've got a really interesting panel. The first speaker is Vincenzo Bavaro. I'll try to be brief in my presentations of their bios, which are actually really interesting. So Vincenzo teaches US literature at the University of Naples, Laurentale, was a Fulbright visiting scholar at Tulane University, New Orleans, 2019 and 20. He's the author of 2 books, and his most recent publications focus on issues of kinship, LGBTQ culture, African-American theatre and performance, urban conflicts over spatial injustices. He was a contributor for a special issue of the journal Anglistica, Native Hawaiian Sovereignty Movement. So now, please, Vincenzo, it's your turn. I'm really looking forward to your paper.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm going to start sharing my PowerPoint. I am, well, thank you, Anna, for inviting me, and everyone else. This was a wonderful morning, and I'm humbled by the virtual proximity with so many renowned Indigenous studies scholars. Okay, I am obsessed by timing, and I hope I cut off some pieces of my presentation. I hope it still makes sense. You will tell me. So, do you see the PowerPoint? Okay. A standoff in paradise, Mauna Kea protectors and digital activism in Hawaii. On July 15, 2019, the construction of the TNT 30 meters telescope was scheduled to begin. The largest telescope in Northern Hemisphere was planned to be built on the peak of the Mauna Kea, the tallest sacred mountains on the island of Hawaii, commonly known as Big Island. This talk aims at looking back to the more than 300 days of resistance by Mauna Kea protectors, exploring both the legal and cultural clash behind the protest and their strong social media presence. Digital activism allowed the Kukiai Mauna movement, the Guardians of the Mountain, not only to organize, but to take back the narrative of the protest. And finally, while the fight is still far from over, digitalization is enabling the creation of a Mauna Kea social media archive to collect and organize multimedia materials for the sake of historiography and education. But let me first begin with a few notes about a recent development in the scholarship about Hawaiian cartographies that has something to tell us about the protest on and about the Mauna Kea. Sometimes in my classes in US literature, I teach some works of Hawaiian literature, culture, and history, issues that are often erased from the National US Archives and rarely discussed within our discipline. In Italy, we are lucky to have a few exceptions to this rule, thanks to scholars like Donatella Izzo and her collaborations with the UH Manoa, in particular with Professor Cristina Bachilega, Brian Kuwada, and the late Haunani K. Trask. Currently the 50th state of the USA, the archipelago is the locus of a history as a sovereign nation, the Hawaiian Kingdom, from the unification of the islands under King Kamehameha I in 1795 and then in 1810. Then a colonial history after the coup in 1898 by businessmen and American landowners backed by the US Navy, when the beloved Queen Liliuokalani was overthrown. The archipelago became an annexed territory despite great resistance, petitions, and legal actions by Native Hawaiians and even by a segment of American citizens and politicians. In 1959, Hawaii became officially the 50th state. Despite the fact that it is often depicted as a multicultural paradise, it is also, remarkably, the arena for critical battles around indigenous rights, state rights, and decolonization. Whereas commonly we understand the conflict in Hawaii as framed by a binary, indigenous Hawaiians versus white colonizers, many critics complicate this dichotomy by including a third term, settlers of color and settler colonialism. Following iconic Hawaiian activist Haunani K. Trask, Candace Fujikane is among the most well-known scholars who studied this issue. Fujikane, Hawaiian-born of Japanese ancestry, acknowledges the central role of settlers of color in the perpetuation of colonialism, and their very presence there as a product of the colonial enterprise. She argues, therefore, for the necessity the settlers actively engage in the process of defending Hawaiian rights against the settler state as allies. Settler colonialism, Fujikane argues, is not about the exploitation, but the replacement of indigenous people. For the scholar, the conditions of settler colonialism require an expansiveness in articulating the simultaneity of overlapping positionalities. Fujikane argues that Hawaiian settlers are always already simultaneously positioned as both subjugated by settler state power and as settlers who often unwittingly support the state. When 65% of the Hawaii state legislature is constituted by Asian settlers who are making harmful decisions that undermine Kanaka Maoli traditional and customary practices and environmental protections, we have to recognize the millennia of Malama Aina, caring for the land, that enabled Kanaka to identify the laws of the elements. In her latest work, you see two sections. If you want, I can comment on them in a second. In her later work, Mapping Abundance for a Planetary Future, Fujikane moves from two related issues in Hawaii today: a political struggle between indigenous rights and the power of the state that was mostly visible recently around the proposal to build the TNT or Mauna Kea. The other has to do with environmental protection, real estate speculation, and climate change in Hawaii. Clearly, the two issues are interrelated, and they sometimes can be understood as a conflict between capitalism and indigenous way of life. The scholar and activist asks us, quote, how are lands mapped as having an ontology, a life, a will, a desire, and an agency of their own? How can such cartographies help us to grow a decolonial love for lands, seas, and skies that will help to renew abundance on this earth, end quote. As she argues, cartography as a methodology is critical to growing intimate relationships with Aina, lands, and water in ways necessary to our planetary future. She uses the term critical settler cartographies to refer to a methodology of critiquing settler colonial maps and articulating economies of abundance. Critical settler cartography is an embodied land-based practice. In late liberal capitalist economies, the settler state and developers fragment and isolate land into smaller and smaller parcels until it can claim that the land has no longer any cultural significance or ecological continuities. In this way, the settler state cartographically makes abundant lands appear to be wasteland, and then carries out the actual wastelanding through industrialization. Such cartographies work to enclose and domesticate indigenous places and their significance, precisely because the seizure of land continues to be constitutive of the very structure of occupying and settler state. Just briefly, if you check these two maps, the first one is a map from 1901, which actually defines the Mauna Kea wasteland. on top at the, in the inner circle, there is a wasteland written. The other is a geographical rendition of how central Mauna Kea is for the waterways of the entire island. In the Hawaii state constitution, the settler state is mandated to protect Native Hawaiian customary and traditional practices. In her research on 19th century legal documents, Fujikane came across the term mo'oaina. And it is on this concept that I would like to open up my talk to considerations regarding digital activism. Mo'oaina are small land divisions defined by their relationality to other lands that lie on their borders. Mo'oaina is a principle that structures Oiwi cartographies of resurgence through the restoration of waterways. Another cartographical principle that is relevant here is that of the pilina, connectedness, of the myriad ecosystems spread along the land and crossed by vast arteries of surface and subterranean waterways. Following this understanding of land as an interconnected network, we can realize how a harmful event in one place ripples out to all others, and by the same principle, a restorative change catalyzes far-reaching and often unexpected forms of revitalization elsewhere. Okay, let's move on to the real activism. For decades, Kanaka Maoli means Native Hawaiians, have been vigorously advocating for the protection of the Mauna Kea. And since March 25, 2015 to October 19, 2021, thousands of Kia'i have stood in unity for Mauna Kea. In the past 12 years, there have been mass demonstrations throughout Hawaii and abroad in opposition to the building of the 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea. Tens of thousands have occupied Mauna Kea and marched to stop the desecration of the sacred mountain. There have been numerous lawsuits and contested cases hearings challenging the permitting and construction of TNT, another further development atop Mauna Kea. From the Pu'u Honua o Pu'uhuluhulu camp, protectors kept watch for construction crews through windstorm, hail, and overnight temperature that dipped well below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. The protector held the line for 2 days before the governor of Hawaii, David Ige, issued a state of emergency on July 17, 2019, clearing a path for law enforcement to begin making arrests. Multiple agencies arrived on the scene. There were officers brought in from other islands, 3 state agencies, and the National Guard. It was long before Kia'i, hundreds of whom had gathered there around their kupuna, were sitting in front of a massive militarized police presence dressed in riot gear and armed with chemical dispersant and a long-range acoustic device, LRAD, a sonic weapon developed for use by the US military that emits high-frequency sounds at extreme volumes to disperse crowds. Whatever aggression law enforcement expected from the crowd that day never materialized. Kia'i sat in purposeful silence as 38 of their kupuna, many in their 70s and 80s, were arrested and escorted, and in several instances carried away to awaiting police vans, crying but resolute. There were 31 protectors arrested on April 2, 2015, and 38 respected elders arrested on July 17, 2019. Quote, "It's a place where humans don't belong," says Noe Wong Wilson, one of the kupuna arrested that day, "where gods reside." On September the 12th, 2021, University of Hawaii released its draft master plan for Mauna Kea to the public, continuing to make the building of TNT and development a priority, despite 12 years of community oppositions. The activists argue that the indigenous people of Hawaii have an international recognized human right to self-determination on what is stolen Hawaiian land, and that the University of Hawaii has no jurisdiction to block access to the Mauna Kea summits. In fact, Section 5.3, Item 1 of the plan plans to potentially add a gate limiting access to the summit of the Mauna and prohibiting private vehicles from entering. The activists also argue that the university should not be allowed to extend their lease beyond the current lease expiration of 2033. On October 19, a few days ago, 2021, the La 2400 procession took place through Palolo Valley, where University of Hawaii Hawaiian Studies Program students met up with the president of the university, David Lassner, and advocating for returning stolen lands by restoring ceded public Hawaiian lands to Kanaka Maoli for proper stewardship and management. The La 2400 protests target the draft master plan, arguing that it disregards the environmental and cultural impact of mismanaging the Mauna Kea. The conflict has been simplified in some media coverage as a divide between culture and science. The young Hawaiian activist Kapulei Flores, who has been documenting the Protect Mauna Kea through photography on her Instagram account and her website 400 Years Project, doesn't agree. Quote, "It's one too big, one too many," she says. "We don't have a problem with science. Our ancestors used astronomy and the stars to navigate, but we don't support desecrating the land in order to do that." In Hawaiian traditions of creation, the mountain is an ancestor and shares genealogical ties with Native Hawaiians or Kanaka Maoli. It is one of the most sacred sites, if not the most sacred, in Hawaiian culture. For Kia'i, protecting the mountain from desecration is more than a cultural responsibility. It's a lineal duty to those who came before them and the generations who will succeed them. The movement has a robust social media presence that acts as a direct line of communication between the front line and its supporters abroad. The Protect Mauna Kea Instagram account, one or two accounts that have been operating from the camp, has 140,000 followers today. Other Instagram accounts or Twitter accounts worth mentioning are the Aina Momona, the Kanaka Autonomy, the Helani Pale. On Facebook, we see Protect Mauna Kea and the Mauna Kea Syllabus Project that I will discuss in a few minutes. In July 2020, to commemorate a year since the latest standoff and the Kupuna arrest, a slew of online events and actions was organized for their supporters to participate in #TMT Shutdown Week, including topic-focused talks via Zoom, film screenings, and a letter signing campaign. So let's move on to, here you can see some screenshot of some of the, especially here I see Instagram accounts. So the Mauna Kea Syllabus Project. This is the last section, so I think I'm good with timing. The Mauna Kea Syllabus Project is an educational resource that seeks to bring diverse voices together in order to enhance education for Hawaii communities and beyond. Similar to Standing Rock, Black Lives Matter, and immigration syllabi, the creators have developed thematic categories, guiding questions, readings, and resources after inviting some of their contributors to workshop and share their experience. It consists of a set of curriculum units around topics relevant to teaching for Mauna Kea and interviews with elders, community leaders, and organizers throughout the syllabus. As the creators write in their Facebook page, quote, "The Mauna Kea syllabus is a living document, which means that over time we will continue to add new content, build our hui, and pull together the ike of our la hui in meaningful and more transformative ways. The contents of each section can change, grow, and shift," end quote. The Mauna Kea Syllabus Project traces its genealogy to Puhu Hulu Hulu University, the freedom school set up at the base of Mauna Kea Access Road in 2019, the brainchild of Presley Kela Anuhe Amuksan and others, holding courses on Hawaiian language, indigenous law and politics, art for any person who would come. From the conversations and transformation of the Pu'uhuluhulu University, the Mauna Kea syllabus was born. The syllabus as a formal project began in late 2019 in partnership with Hawaii Review, a literary print journal published by the Student Media Board at the University of Hawaii and Manoa. In June 2020, organizers of the Mauna Kea syllabus hosted an online panel, From Standing Rock to Mauna Kea, Digital Learning Exchanges, featuring Anne Spies and Jaskiran Dillon, scholar activists who participated in the creation and facilitation of the Standing Rock Syllabus project. In conversation with Mauna Kea Kiai, Noelani Goodyear Kaopua, and Wahikea Maile, and moderated by Brandy Nalani McDougall. The panelists discussed the significance of digital media in their respective movements and reflected on the possibilities of creating online pedagogy to educate a broader local and international audience on the issue impacting the indigenous communities. That panel served as a starting point on the syllabus we see today. The Mauna Kea syllabus is obviously intensely multilingual, since it is the product of decades of an extraordinary cultural and language revival, but it is also inherently multimedia, including text, videos, music, oral stories, images. In the unit's menu, it includes sections on U.S. settler colonialism, on cultivating solidarities, on gender, sexuality, Pilina, on environmental justice, and other. One of the units in the Mauna Kea syllabus, I'm going to focus here on 2 units. I'm really on my last page. One of the units in the Mauna Kea syllabus is written by Jamaica Osorio, and it is about Ea, E-A. Ea, a quite recurring word from Hawaiian language, Holelo Hawaii, which is also present in the state motto that we can see on coins, for example, or in the flag. It is officially translated as life, as in, quote, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness, which is the state motto. More commonly, the concept of Ea has been translated as sovereignty, but even this translated term has been under scrutiny by Hawaiian activists, insofar as it inherits and reproduces an alien, Eurocentric notion of land ownership and independence. Another keyword that the syllabus uses as a starting point for the reader-student is kuleana. Kuleana that indicates a Kanaka Oiwi ethic of responsibility, authority, and rights that are tied to one's relationship to place, genealogy, and commitment and effort put forth toward the community and the land base. Kuleana fundamentally is about the connection between people and their ties to ancestry and place. Mountains, winds, rocks, and other non-human beings are recognized as family members and ancestors, and people are obligated to care for their ohana, the extended family. To use the term kuleana without understanding the importance of land and genealogy is to alter this important cultural concept. The author of this introductory text warns the reader, quote, in drawing upon these curated sources, some of which are meant for particular places, people, and times, we ask that you acknowledge your relationship, your positionality in relation to Hawaii before engaging with, teaching, or doing work on our islands, end quote. In conclusion, and to go back to Jamaica Osorio's reflection on the concept of the Ea, he writes, quote, throughout the course of this syllabus, you will not only learn specifically about the violence of the 30-meter telescope and the brilliance of Oiwi resistance and resurgence. You will encounter the creative and courageous Kanaka scholarship and Mo'olelo that describes some of the many ways the fight to protect Mauna Awakea was at its center, also a fight to reclaim our Ia, through decolonial relations, Pilina, genders and sexuality, environmental justice, Kanaka science, and Hawaiian religion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vincenzo. Great timing, actually. So, and very rich, congratulations, very rich presentation, thought-provoking, and it's great to see all the various connections to what happens in other countries and how your case study in particular sheds lights on a very specific question, and connections to the land and country really relevant here. But we'll get a chance to talk more about this during the Q&A, and I already see comments in the chat box. So now let's move on to the next speaker, and thanks again, Vincenzo. The next speaker is Linda Armano. Linda Armano is an anthropologist and Marie Curie Fellow at Ca' Foscari University and at the University of British Columbia. Her investigation aims to develop multi-study ethnographic research in the Diavik, hopefully I pronounced it correctly, diamond mine in Northwest Territories of Canada, and in an Italian jewelry store that sells diamonds from Diavik, certified ethical by the Canadian government. Following the diamond supply chain, Armano aims to explore the interpretation of the concept of ethics related to the Canadian diamonds given by different subjects, such as professional miners, Indigenous miners, members of the multinationals in Canada, and new jewelry and consumers in Italy. Really thought-provoking also abstract and kind of research that I'm reading here. So I'm looking forward to this next presentation. So Linda, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with you. Thank you. So I'll share the PowerPoint. Can you see it? Okay. Okay. So in Canada, the documentation and the revitalization of Indigenous languages and traditional activities are now increasingly cited as priorities in support of well-being Indigenous communities. Although undermined for generations by colonial institutions and processes, the elders and the youth in Indigenous communities actively use appropriate emerging technologies to strengthen their traditions and language in ways that challenge conventional representation of the digital divide. Via digital technology, so I would like, okay, it's better in this way. Why digital technologies certainly can do mediate Indigenous experiences. In this short contribution, I would like to talk about the ways that Indigenous culture and traditional knowledge from Northwest Territories of Canada, and in particular of Tlicho from Benchoko and then from Yellowknife, create mindful lives for Indigenous people in cyberspace, mediating cultural practices and challenging the way in which we commonly refer to as cyberspace concerning the emic conceptions of the land. Notably in this contribution, I consider the main online Indigenous website where data on Tlicho and then communities, culture and communication are collected. Moreover, by focusing specifically on the possibility for Indigenous users, I argue that cyberspace is a critical landscape for Indigenous people to work toward decolonization, carry out Indigenous spaces online and foster Indigenous cultures and knowledge. Furthermore, it's important to demonstrate how cyberspace is used by them to negotiate their social and political questions with the Canadian government about online and offline. Especially in the Tlicho and Dene communities, the availability of versatile and mobile technologies is in very marginalized geographical areas near the North Pole, has created high expectations among young people in terms of what digital tools can do, how they function, and what they should look like. This topic highlights an important question related to hand down Indigenous cultural heritage. For instance, as a result of the legacy of the Indian residential school system, many native language learners and teachers still carry a feeling of distress and shame concerning their culture and language, and can have deep emotional responses to learning, hearing, and sharing the knowledge linked to the land, to traditional activities and the language. Such behaviors are rooted in complex historical, social, and emotional contexts that go far beyond simply building and implementing a curriculum. So, as we know, Indigenous studies is an interdisciplinary field of research exploring the history, culture, politics, issues, and contemporary experience of Indigenous peoples of North and South America intersects with the several issues related to access, preservation, and methodology that are problematized through the development and deployment of digital tools. Before starting to talk about this brief contribution, I think it's important to contextualize this contribution, as Chiara explained before. So I think it's important to remember that this study is part of a bigger project belonging to a Mercalli Fellowship funded by European Commission. Specifically, the overall objective of this research project is to retrace the cultural interpretation that's from the mind to retail enrich the ethical value of diamonds. This project develops multi-sided ethnographic research from the Yavik diamond mine, northwest territories of Canada, and within an Italian jewelry store in Milan, which has been the first one to sell Canadian diamonds in Italy. As most of us know, by joining certification program signed by the government of Northwest Territories, the Yavik and Ekati mines in this Canadian region produce ethically certified diamonds. In addition, the project, my research proposes and tests an analytical framework for understanding how categories, concepts, and values emerge as a result of interacting happening at the interface between firms, workers, and consumers. About the Canadian certification of diamonds, it's important to, this is the Yavik mine, but it's important to remember that in the recent decade, the mining industry has been overwhelmed by concerns related to both soil and water pollution and unethical management of work organization and human rights in general. That's the most common narratives on mining exploitation focus on certain sensitive issues concerning environmental impact and the destabilization of indigenous communities living near the mine, and the consequence, reassurance of the existence of decent work practices within highly fragmented value chain. Specifically, in the mining sector, diamonds have been the target of a heated controversy from investigative journalism, activists, filmmakers, and researchers also, who have denounced harassment, so with a particular emphasis of on the African mining context. In this regard, in 1999, for example, the Fatal Transaction campaign introduced the terms conflict diamonds to expose the problem of the subsidization of civil wars in Sierra Leone and Angola through the illegal sale of precious stones and terrorist diamonds, to talk about the financing of Al-Qaeda and international terrorism in general. Restricting the trade in conflict diamonds was not the only aim of the Fatal Transaction campaign. The message to be conveyed was also to blame a production system complicit of in these illegal trades, and the responsibility of consumers to boycott such products in order not to be labeled as terrorist consumers. In the same period, that is the end of 90s, At the time when the blood diamond scandal was informing public opinion, thanks to the positive economic impact of the diamond industry in the Northwest Territories, Canada offered the companies in the sector the opportunity to affirm the existence of diamonds mined and marketed in absolutely legal manner with the application of philanthropic regulations to protect workers and with absolute respect. Thanks also to specific form of employment for the indigenous communities living in the region. In this way, Canada, thanks to the certification signed by the government of Northwest Territories, labeling the stones mined in the Northwest Territories as ethical diamonds toward workers and indigenous groups, began to be advertised internationally as the country exported diamonds mined in absolute legality since being a nation free from civil wars. There are no links between the mining industry and the wars. However, when I went to Northwest Territories, specifically in Yellowknife, that is the capital of the region, I was confronted with a paradox between the advertising narrative about ethical diamonds produced by the company and the reluctance of some indigenous people I met in the field to talk about ethical diamonds. Although this might seem a failure, especially for social researchers, I attempted to construct a reading of this phenomenon using the concept of corporate oxymorons of Stuart Kirsch, through which I noted that the commercial communication of Canadian diamonds that present them as ethical and sustainable selects appropriate information and images to be publicly conveyed, but omits, in the eyes of a social researcher as well as international consumers, certain aspects on which a veil of silence is drawn. So the study has been possible thanks to the help of the Yellowknife-based Outisheda Indigenous team, which is responsible for supporting scholars in their research within the Northwest Territories boundaries. Indeed, the team helped me to collect precious data and create a relationship with some members of indigenous people of the region. One of the most important aspects I learned thanks to Outisheda team was the particular indigenous methodology, which is based on specific cultural protocols. So as Margaret Kovac argues, one of the most important approaches that researchers should use during their research among Canadian indigenous people is called the conversational method. So the conversational method was essential for me to understand how Tlicho and Dene people adapt digital technologies for social and economic needs. In general, most indigenous communities in Canada, and especially in Northwest Territories, are small, remote, and rural. Furthermore, indigenous groups are often concentrated with a small geographic footprint to support the local infrastructure development, such as water, electricity, roads, and telecommunications. In Yellowknife, and to the smaller extent in Benchoko, public services including education, health, justice, and governance facilities are usually surrounded by the housing units with a relatively tight cluster of buildings. While these settlements are practical for development purposes, there are ongoing challenges such as housing shortage, high cost of transportation, food costs, maintenance, and operation of all the facilities. In this context, digital infrastructure costs are much higher in remote areas such as Benchoko and the zone near the Mackenzie Delta than in other regions of the country. The economic situation combined with the high cost of connectivity suggests that in these remote areas, indigenous people may be struggling to pay oh, sorry. Okay. The height cost in these areas, the indigenous people may be struggling to pay the high cost of using digital tools and digital technologies in general. Simultaneously, indigenous people from Yellowknife and Mexico demonstrate to be eager users of digital technologies, and they adapted them to meet their economic, social, and cultural needs. Moreover, one of the most positive issues in this context is certainly that they can also extend the historical and ongoing reality of the offline economic, social, political, and cultural marginalization of indigenous people by the colonial power. A very important question we need to consider is that the sense of place, is a vital part of how indigenous people of the Northwest Territories of Canada develop and interpret identity and the community. For Elena and Licho, the land is more than a place, than a space. It's like a blanket woven from stands of stories centuries old. It's a cultural landscape where physical features are used as a mnemonic device in order to order and help preserve oral narratives, which themselves include knowledge relative to identity, history, culture, and subsistence. In other words, for indigenous people, the land is life. However, the impact and benefit agreements established between indigenous communities and mining companies make secret agreements with these two parts in order to provide various economic benefits for both of them as regard for occupying indigenous land with mines. In this way, younger indigenous men employed in the mines cannot continue the traditional activities in their communities and in their land. In these remote areas, the impact of the mining industry is added to the historic issues caused by colonization and cultural marginalization affecting indigenous people. The mining industry, as well as previous social economic relationship with indigenous, with European settlers, has caused damaging impacts on indigenous culture and traditional activities in the Northwest Territories. Therefore, indigenous people, through digital self-determination, started about 10 years ago, seek to elaborate the links between networks, digital infrastructure development, the autonomy, and the agency of the indigenous communities. In this way, cyberspace provides a discursive platform in which Dene and Tlicho communities communicate specific claims, settlements, health or education, economic development projects, self-government agreements, as well as communities' economic and political annual goals in the online archives. So the structural formats of the website considered are very pragmatic. So Dene and Tlicho divide in a sort of methodological differentiation two main topics where are distinguished the cultural knowledge from the current social questions, information and communication spread in the communities. In other words, in the first topic can be inserted historical letters to colonial officials, diaries, histories, and tales of historical events, dictionaries, and children's books. These topics are collected in the online archives by both groups, whereas the second topic is a rich community publication like newsletters and newspaper clippings collected by them on the community's websites. Thus, I would like to give some example of some contents of these different sectors. For time reason, I will introduce just some online archives contents, such as legends and treaties 8 and 11 signed by Aboriginal people from Northwest Territories and by federal government. However, especially in Tlicho online archive. An important part is also dedicated to movies and documentaries or community on community culture and traditional activities, as well as audio testimonies, community members, publications, and photo galleries. So in examining the composition of Indian legends, it's possible to identify at least 4 types specifically in operating among plain tribes. Although the legends may be differentiated for analysis, there was also considerable overlap in their structure and use. The major types include entertainment legends, which are related primarily to the purpose of amusement, teaching legends, which are employed for the purpose of dispensing information about natural phenomena or community beliefs and customs. Moral legends, which intend to enact certain behaviors, and spiritual legends, which can be related only by either or other approved individual at the designing time and space and place. Okay, the section related to the treaties signed between indigenous communities of Canada and the government remember that in the beginning of 17th century, the British and French made treaties with various First Nations in order to regulate relationship with them and also to secure their access to indigenous land and trading networks. Between 1871 and 1921, the Canadian government made 11 treaties with First Nations. Specifically, so now in this chart, I summarize the general understanding of treaties explained in some documents uploaded in the online archives given by indigenous people from Northwest Territories, the Crown, and federal government nowadays. So specifically in the Northwest Territories of Canada, treaties 8 and 11 were signed by indigenous communities and the British Crown. Then and as well as Tlicho give big importance to some historical events related to these treaties. Treaty 8 was signed in 1899 and include part of British Columbia, the northern half of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and parts of the Northwest Territories, including Yellowknives then. Treaty 11, the last of the numbered Canadian treaties, includes a large area of Northwest Territories as well as a small section about the Yukon and Nunavut territories. The finalization of these treaties was the key to the government's aims of extracting valuable natural resources from Canada's north. Treaties 8 and 11 differ from other Canadian treaties because of the particular northern location and for the relationship with the golden and diamond mines.
So sorry, Linda. Yeah, you're running a bit over. So if you can wrap it up. I'm so sorry. It's so interesting, and if I could, I would just let you speak for half an hour. But yeah, we have to wrap it up if you can. Thanks.
Yes. I conclude. Yeah. So the public communication is an essential element of many First Nation culture. So sharing news with each other or between groups has always been one of the social responsibilities of indigenous people from time immemorial. Aboriginal communications are today reality which is practiced on a daily basis by Aboriginal communication staff. News and communications are a foundation for the success of indigenous organization. In this section, Dene and Tlicho communicate specific claim settlements, health or education, economic development projects, self-government agreements, as well as communities' economic and political annual goals. Moreover, in this section are also communicated some job positions. So to conclude, we can say that media technologies for Tlicho and Dene communities are related to a story of local endurance and perseverance against enormous opposition. Simultaneously, for indigenous communities to continue to participate and co-create their shared digital future, ongoing investment in the common digital backbone is essential. The analysis of media technologies and the general deconstruction of cyberspace possibilities in geographical and marginated communities as Tlicho and Dene should be considered inside the wider conceptualization of post-colonialism studies that is a political and intellectual approach that critiques the impact of colonialism and the reproduction of colonial relations, practices, and representations in the present. Thus, a consideration of cyberspace encompasses the creation of a tangible, performative link between the past and present, ancestors and descendants, indigenous culture and colonial histories, as well as a refined definition of aboriginality. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Linda. It was a really, really fascinating talk. And it's actually, I've got to say, amazing to see how many Italian scholars are working with indigenous communities in very ethical ways, and perhaps even, you know, the connections and the interests. Would be nice to see those connections, how they developed. And really, really great talk. And I'm sure we get a chance to talk a bit more about what you've just raised and the really critical aspects of your multi-study ethnography. Thanks again, Linda. And now next to, we're moving to the next speaker, and another Italian anthropologist, Monica Galassi. Yeah, great. Hi, Monica. Good to see you here. And Monica is an Italian anthropologist who's been working in Australia for the past decade to support Aboriginal self-determination and sovereignty in collective institutions. She's passionate about finding ways to foster culturally safe and community-driven initiatives across the cultural sector through research-led practice. Monica was part of the Indigenous engagement team at the State Library of New South Wales, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Data Archive, and is currently part of the Yubuna Institute for Indigenous Education and Research at the University of Technology, Sydney. In 2020, Monica was awarded a Research Excellence Scholarship to undertake a PhD in the field of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander archival records, which are held in Italian museums and archives. Another very interesting project. So now hand it over to you, Monica, and we're all looking forward to this next presentation.
Thank you, Chiara. Can you hear me right? I try to use the time of your introduction to share the PowerPoint, so I hope everyone can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Great, thank you, Anna. So hello, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, and of course to the organizers for this wonderful gathering. Even if, yeah, I'm sure we all hope to be able to be in Naples next year all together. And of course, Anna, yeah, for the organization of this complex event. I also would like to thank the other speakers that spoke before me, and in particular, Dr. Bronwyn Carlson this morning for the keynote. And I feel that I share, and I'm sure many of you share the same sentiment as when Dr. Carlson said that we can see that the world is changing, and therefore this is a very important moment, I feel, for being an ally and asking ourselves how we can be part in this change. And also thank you to Vincenzo Bavaro and Linda Armano that were before me. That was a great panel. So thank you for your work. And you both introduced many concepts that are part of my work as well. So that was great to be part of this. So my name is Monica Galassi, and I would like to share with you today some reflections on my work and my doctoral studies to explore ways in which digital technologies in archives can support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices, agencies, and representation in Australia. I am a researcher at the Jambana Institute for Indigenous Educational Research, and I'm doing my PhD in the same university, and would like to acknowledge the strong leadership of distinguished Professor Larissa Brandt, Professor Lyndon Combs, and critical archivist Kirsten Thorpe that had a great impact on the work that we are doing at Jambana. So just a quick special care notice, because this presentation contains one image of all peoples who are deceased, and they are represented in a colonial settings. I also would like to start acknowledging that I'm speaking today from the land of the Gadigal people in the area that we now call the inner west of Sydney in Australia. And I pay my respect to elders past and present, and to all First Nation people that are here with us today. This is an artwork that I really love because it shows the vibrancy of languages and cultures in this land. And I think in particular in the context of all the conversation that we had today about, reflections on power of digital spaces, worldwide connections, network, it is important for me to acknowledge the country I'm situating myself and my privilege as a non-Indigenous researcher working in this space. And that's, many of you before me spoke about the importance of STEM points. And so I would like to share briefly my own story to situate myself in this research. I was born and grew up in Italy, and my journey in this field started in 2009 when I moved to Gadigal country to work in the field of Aboriginal archives. And for me, this interest was sparked thanks to the many Indigenous scholars and activists who have exposed the vital importance of control and transparency over their historical information to achieve concrete social justice. And when I started in this space, I learned very quickly how important was to situate myself, because as Dr. Larissa Brandt reminded us, is that Indigenous approaches to knowledge understand the way you are placed, fundamentally influence the way how you see the world. And the importance of my standpoint has been key in my experience of migration in Australia, and as I'm going to speak about in a minute, the choice of my PhD research. And this journey forced me to look in matters of self-representations and agency for me as a migrant to Australia, and also as an uninvited guest in an Aboriginal nation. And this includes also being a citizen of a country like Italy, which has a colonial past, but doesn't recognize itself as such. And as many of you know, of course, is that, Italy had colonies in the north of Africa. And I think sometimes it's important to acknowledge the role of the Vatican had in terms of, spreading across colonies all around the world. And I feel that this unacceptance has been largely visible in the way how collecting institutions in Italy represent cultures of people of African descent, but also other minorities, including Indigenous people. So all these reflection in summary ended up, for me, were important because ended up in rethinking my role and how I could continue to support Aboriginal aspirations within the cultural sectors, but aware of my own bias. So just to give a quick background on the context of archiving in Australia. So on the one hand, there are institutional archives, state libraries, and government organizations that held and control records related to Aboriginal peoples and the colonization of this country. But in the meanwhile, on country, communities are working tirelessly to build their own spaces for keeping and owning their own knowledge, of course, in physical and in digital format as well. They are called living archives or databases or app or Facebook groups, social media, and they're also building global movements of data sovereignty, for example, and cloud sovereignty, and so many other networks spread all across the world. So these two realities in Australia sometimes are completely separate, but others sometimes intertwine. And this is the case, for example, when institutions hold records related to language and cultures of family history of communities, and communities want to access them and connect them with their own knowledge on country. So during the time I spent working in this space and try to increase access to these colonial recording institutions, what I have witnessed, but of course I cannot speak for my Aboriginal colleagues' desire of responding to these archival records, but that contain information that can be incredibly traumatic for the information they contain. But on the other side, there is also real thirst in knowing where this information is and how to access it. So what has been largely recognized is that access to cultural heritage is a human right, as set in the United Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And so many First Nations scholars have worked to assert the right to know and the right to reply to this information. But there are still challenges in this process, in particular regarding digital access to collection. And what you see on the screen, there are just some of the actual problem that Aboriginal people continue to have when trying to access the information related to them and their families. And these include also when these collections are kept on country, for example, lack of access, and that has been mentioned before, lack of internet access in communities, a lack of funding to support Aboriginal initiatives in the field, and many more barriers. So the complexities around digital access of archival records held in Australian institutions are not only related to the logistics, funding, or the choice of a digital platform, but they show the deeper power structures that are embedded in archives. And archives were born to collect, were born as a colonial institution, their own deep soul, I would say. Archives have power in what to digitize, what to make digitally available, what to share in social media, which narrative to center, and which stories to tell. And, you know, speaking about social media, for example, they decide which kind of social media, which kind of voices in social media that will keep, of course, for the future. And of course, in the most part, and this happens according to their collecting strategies, and rarely they have input from Aboriginal people in making these decisions. So the quote that you can see in the screen is a beautiful piece written by Butchula colleague, Rose Barrowcliff. And Rose, I think, simply really explains perfectly how archives have a key role to play in social justice and human rights, but there is still a lot to do to address power imbalances in a systemic level and to acknowledge the way in which colonization is still embedded in archival practice and systems, including digital systems. So these power imbalances are even more visible when speaking about countries that hold information about Aboriginal people, but they weren't directly involved in the Australian colonial project and that speak languages other than English. So with this in mind, in 2011, I started a collaboration with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Data Archive that is still held at UTS, and to identify Aboriginal Australian collections that are held in Italy to create the first mapping of these institutions. And among more known, cultural heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage held in museum, there were also many archival records, and some have been studied and were known, but some were actually unknown to communities, and often to institutions themselves, because maybe there wasn't, there hasn't been the chance before to digitize them or to connect them to, or to actually make them available. This includes, just to give some example, diaries of explorer, missionaries, photograph, internal documentation of the organization, and you can see an example in the screen. So at that time, some institutions were incredibly interested, but some others less. Some of these tensions were about different cultural heritage, legal and historical background, of course, between Italy and Australia, and that included tension related to both physical and digital repatriation. But some others implied the complexities which are still embedded in the overall conversations, not only around indigenous knowledge in Europe, but more in general around power dynamics that are deep-seated in colonial collecting institutions. And these included, of course, tensions around security of digital systems, copyright related to images that are shared online, on social media, and so on. So over the years, I've been yarning and talking and reflecting with many Aboriginal peoples and community members that I was working with. I was talking about these archival records in Italy. So I asked if they knew that they existed and if they would be interested in knowing more. And in general, the response showed interest and curiosity over what Italian museums and archives hold. And likewise, some Italian institutions also showed interest in establishing relationship with communities and for deepening the understanding of their Australian collections. So these conversations have led me to reflect on the need of opening up a transnational space of dialogue about these archives, but to do so in a different way than we have done in the past, in ways that centers Aboriginal worldviews, voices, and aspirations, and that could actually support practically self-determination and sovereignty. So I started reflecting on how I could have contributed to forge a space where Indigenous ways of knowing and Italian archival tradition could actually converge through understanding and translating concepts and needs. I would call it kind of a cultural interface using the groundbreaking concept of Torres Strait Islander professor Martin Nakata. And that's where the idea of the development of a prototype for Aboriginal collections held in Italy started, because what I wanted to do was to overcome the transactional view of digital return and the state-based thinking that often is applied to archival records, also in digital archival records, towards century relationship to provide access and exchange knowledge. So this concept was born with two main contribution of mine. So the first was to provide a reusable model to support Indigenous rights in record internationally. And the second is to create a specific example of a collaborative digital space between the Italian institution that hold these records and the Aboriginal people that these archives relate to. So there is a growing body of scholarship that acknowledge that digital infrastructure used in library and archive are built upon Western tradition, and so perpetuate the same colonial power structures. So in order to align the colonial methodologies that I apply, the colonial lenses that I apply in my study, choosing the right technology, of course, was one of the key decisions to be made. So the digital archive that I'm using for this project is called Mokachu, is an open source software for Indigenous content. And I came to appreciate Mokachu because I've been working with different communities, try to, building their digital keeping places with this system. And through our work at Jambana, we support communities that want to use it. So my experience has been that Mokachu has been considered a system suitable for Indigenous communities for these distinctive features of the content management system, but also because has behind guiding principle that prioritize partnership with communities and implement software updates according to community needs and requests. So I've used Mokachu as a platform for what you see on the screen, the Aboriginal Archives in Italy, a space for a reciprocal collaboration project with the aim of making digitally accessible a sample of archival records held in Italy for the communities that are connected to these stories. And that's why, so at the moment I'm now working with 3 Italian institutions to find, organize, and contextualize a sample of their collection and try to locate them and establish relationship to the people connected to these stories. So the site that you can see on the screen, it's a complete prototype, it's in constant evolution, and has been really conceived as a digital space to encourage access, conversations, and multiple narratives and voices around the records. And it is a part of this process for me. It is about also gathering feedback on what a future digital space between Australia and Italy could look like in the longer term, from both Aboriginal communities and institutions. So, you know, I use in this platform, but really I'm also observing, for example, what happens when we open digital technology as a space of dialogue between Italian institutions, Aboriginal communities, and which hard conversations do we need to have to establish trust? And speaking, for example, about, you know, kind of sometimes hardcore subject in this field, like Indigenous intellectual property, informed consent, right to know, cultural protocols, and what are the desired future space, the desires for a space like this. So I would like to conclude today reflecting on the role the digital technologies can play in the space of archives and management or control of cultural heritage, because I acknowledge, of course, the incredible opportunities that digital platforms provide for Aboriginal peoples to access these records. But also that what I've experienced over the years is that none of this work could actually happen without centering relationality, reciprocity, or respect. And when that happens, usually these platforms are created but not used in the longer term, and definitely don't embed communities' voices and aspirations. So I think that technology in this space is incredibly important. For example, that's why I'm using a system created by communities' feedback, and that allow cultural protocols and allow multiple narratives. But even a system like this can become just a tool in this space if structural inequalities and the power imbalances present in our cultural institutions are not acknowledged and discussed in our work. And I think this is also, the technology is also linked. I think it's important in a project like this to actually acknowledge and reflect on the transnational relationship among European countries and colonial power and settler state, which were all involved directly or indirectly in the exploitation and subjugation of Aboriginal lands and people. And so, in particular in this space, digital technology can absolutely recreate spaces for this relationship, but also need to support deep listening and conversation. So thank you so much for listening to me today. And if you like to know more, please email me. I would love to chat more. And I can't believe I'm actually on time.
Incredible, Monica. It's amazing. Not only on time, a few seconds earlier than the 20-minute slot. So really great presentation, mind-blowing actually. It really speaks to my current project on virtual reality and how to engage with those massive questions that you've raised towards the end, but hopefully get a chance to talk a bit more about this later. So incredible project, incredible research. Thank you so much again. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions about it. And now we introduce our next speakers. Thanks again, Monica. Fascinating work. So now we've got three speakers. So we've got Kerry Karsgaard from University of Alberta, Maggie McDonald from the University of Toronto, and Michael Hockenhull from University of Copenhagen. So briefly, I'm going to introduce Kerry. First, Kerry is a doctoral candidate in educational policy studies at the University of Alberta, as we said, on Treaty 6 territory. A doctoral research explores the participatory nature of public pedagogy on social media, using the large-scale data available on Instagram to trace and analyze how publics reinforce reject and or destabilize settler colonialism as they leverage platform affordances to engage with the Trans-Mountain Pipeline issue. Other research interests include climate change education, global citizenship education, and anti-colonial education. So then we've got, are you all going to talk together so I can introduce everybody right now? Are you alternating? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, except Michael isn't here, so it's just Maggie and I today.
Okay, I will also introduce Michael anyway. Thanks, Carrie. So Maggie is a PhD student researching platform governance with the Faculty of Information at the University of Toronto. Her doctoral work focuses on pornography platforms using digital methods to shed light on the organizational tactics of sites. Maggie is project manager for the Critical Digital Methods Institute and an archivist with the Sexual Representation Collection Porn Archive. And you can follow her work at Internet Maggie on Twitter. Then we've got also Michael, who's not here today, who's a postdoctoral researcher at the IT University of Copenhagen, where he's a member of the Technologies in Practice research group and the Ethos Lab. His current research focuses on sustainability, accounting, digital infrastructures, and speculative design. He has previously worked on data usage in public-private partnerships and is broadly interested in data visualization, philosophy of science technology, and the political economies of digitalization. So now over to you, Carrie and Maggie, and thanks for being here today.
Thanks so much, Chiara. And as well, thanks to Vincenzo and Linda and Monica for just a beautiful slate of presentations. We are presenting our work on tweeting Indigenous territories, colonial toponymy, and resistance on Twitter with data that Carrie, Michael, and I gathered in 2018 at the Digital Methods Summer School at the University of Amsterdam. We'd like to open with a short land acknowledgement related to the theme of our paper. The land I am working from today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples who have been displaced by the settler occupation of so-called Canada. This place remains home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, and we are very committed to research and personal practices that recognize and reconcile this dispossession. Now, land acknowledgement has a complicated and contested history in Canada, which is known to many Indigenous peoples as Turtle Island. We've seen a surge of renaming and land acknowledgement in Canada. This draws attention to Indigenous stewardship and traditional territories that have been overwritten through centuries of colonial mapping and colonial naming practices. Many land acknowledgements and many renaming projects have been initiated and led by Indigenous peoples. So in this context, land acknowledgements are created to be subversive pedagogical tools, intended to confront settlers with genocide, with land theft, and with the cultural destruction that they still benefit from. It also indicates the ongoing vivacity of Indigenous peoples, knowledges, and cultures in the face of that violence. But despite all these possibilities, institutional land acknowledgements have been critiqued, rightfully, for re-entrenching that kind of state authority over the reconciliation processes, and also for toothless symbolism. Appropriating this Indigenous toponymy practice within representational narratives of settler innocence that continue to allow inaction around the material work of decolonization, sometimes referred to as land back. And so in these cases, land acknowledgement itself is seen as vacuous, as it is, quote, the follow-up that counts, the redistribution of lands and resources, the dismantling of systems that uphold colonial power, the end of oppression and exploitation, learning to be uncomfortable, as well as the practicing of acceptance, not avoidance. Now, renaming is not limited to physical spaces, but it also occurs virtually. Carrie and I, writing together as two Canadian settler scholars, with our third from Denmark, are attempting to engage with toponymic resistance in an everyday virtual social space beyond just land acknowledgement in institutional settings. And so we do so in relation to this polemic issue of the Trans Mountain Pipeline controversy in Canada. At the time of our data collection, the national legitimation of this resource extraction project really relied on an economic discourse that totally lacked consultation with Indigenous peoples and overlooked environmental and land stewardship concerns. So rejecting settler colonial authority, a lot of pipeline resistors look to on-the-ground tactics, including petitions and demonstrations. But they also turned to social media, where they shared information, organized, and expressed resistance even today. So our project engages the issue on the platform Twitter in particular, where we observe discursive formations between these hegemonic networks and indigenous allied communities of resistance. Because on Twitter, declared locations of user profiles are totally free form. So that means that they can be associated with official colonial names like Vancouver or Ottawa. But Twitter's open-ended field also enables users to situate themselves via indigenous place naming or through locations that suggest anti-colonial positioning with terms such as unceded, ancestral, and occupied territory commonly found. So for our research questions, our paper explores the subversive naming and renaming practices afforded by that open-ended free-form location identifying function on Twitter. And it draws connections between the Trans Mountain Pipeline's issue alignment as a means of considering to what extent this toponymic selection is linked with the actual issue alignment within this larger colonial context of the pipeline and resource extraction in Canada. Specifically, we're asking two questions. One, what is the nature of toponymic identifiers associated with pipeline engaged Twitter users, especially in Canada? And two, in what ways does that anti-pipeline sentiment and activity on the platform around that correlate with anti-colonial or indigenous affiliated toponymic identifiers and profiles on Twitter?
Thanks, Maggie. And so we're situating this research in relation to critical toponymy, which identifies how naming practices are really slippery and tricky insofar as they can appear neutral and natural in our landscapes and in digital spaces, but in reality, they relay hegemonic structures and are actually mechanisms of classification and control. And so in settler colonial contexts like Canada, toponyms are tools of erasure where colonial toponymy overwrites epistemologies, languages, histories, and relationships. And so as a resurgent practice, place naming can be an assertion of ongoing indigenous presence on the land and can articulate indigenous knowledge systems, cultures, and connections to place. And so in this paper, we're arguing that geographic information systems and standardized domain naming and other virtual locative technologies function similarly to what Rose Redwood and colleagues call calculable spaces. And so in other words, they're used to regulate representation and communication and can be used for data gathering and social control. And so platforms have become infrastructures of communication, and social media in particular provide a discursive space embedded in public life and informing our social and political experience. And so as Maggie was talking about the freeform location field on Twitter, and you can see ours circled here on the screen for you. This is a technological affordance that allows for greater scope than preset calculable locations or GIS. So for instance, on Instagram, where you have to select from preset categories largely. And so rather than static and standardized, Twitter's malleable and emergent naming options create opportunities for politically resistant expression, affording users possibilities for anti-colonial toponymy. And so what we're working with here is a digital methods approach, which essentially repurposes tools embedded in platforms for social research. And so pipeline associated tweets were extracted via the Digital Methods Initiative Twitter Capture and Analysis Toolset, or TCAT, from June 26, 2018 to July 7th. This was during a spike in activity in this pipeline controversy that we're talking about. And so we're working with a total of 27,000 tweets from 13,000 users. And so we sorted user profile locations to identify tweets produced by users situated in various locations in the settler state of Canada. And then we manually sorted according to Indigenous and anti-colonial identifiers in the broadest sense, and I'll get to that in a minute, resulting in a subset of about 576 tweets. So then analyzing this subset, we developed what we're calling an untypology of patterns of resistant naming practices and land acknowledgement on the platform of Twitter. And then once we set that typology or untypology, then we analyzed tweet content in order to determine the issue expression around the Trans Mountain Pipeline to see whether those that were using indigenous or anti-colonial toponyms had a different issue positioning than those with more mainstream place names. So in order to see if these are merely representational signifiers or if they're linked with some kind of concrete issue positioning. And so to get to our untypology, I mean, we could go into a lot more detail, but to give you a little bit of a vision of the type of place names that people are entering into their Twitter freeform field, we noticed a number of different patterns that defy simple and artificial categorization and capture multiple ways of conceptualizing location. And many of these were layered together, which is one of the reasons that we're creating an untypology. We also wanted to work against colonial categorization and not give precise categories, but indeed show that these are overlapping and intersecting ways of understanding land. And so most location identifiers reference indigenous territories and lands, such as the ones you can see on the screen, like Pentlatch territory. At times, these are modified by the terms ancestral or traditional, which allude to the historic and enduring nature of indigenous lands. Some draw attention to the connection between territory and specific indigenous groups. And so through phrases that bind land with human communities. So for instance, the traditional territories of the Syilx people, which is where I live in Canada. And the connections between culture, land, and knowledge can also be seen where territories are indicated in indigenous languages. And you can see the word Musqueam written out here in the third line in the Musqueam language. In a number of cases, users link territory with multiple peoples whose territories overlap, where in the area we know as Vancouver, the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples all share territory. And so a number of users also link colonial and indigenous toponyms, as in Lekwungen territory in Victoria, which marks the coexistence of indigenous and colonial authorities in those places, as well as sort of the clash of governance structures that may be experienced there. And so the intermingling of state and indigenous toponyms shows evidence for how lands are at once demarcated for colonial governance, but also remain homelands for occupied peoples. And so colonial relations are made really explicit through some place names that reference treaties or lack thereof on specific lands. And so by listing Treaty 6, for instance, where my university is located, users indicate legal relations between Indigenous people and the government of Canada, though the nature of these relations is still contested. Modifying an Indigenous territory with the word unceded, as in unceded Secwepemc territory, which is just in the center of BC where this pipeline is running through. Twitter users also draw attention to the absence of a treaty in a particular region, indicating illegal dispossession of land from Indigenous peoples. Other toponymic identifiers focus on theft and occupation of Indigenous lands, with modifiers such as stolen, occupied, and colonized, which precede a number of these other uses. And so some users locate themselves in their land acknowledgements through phrases such as settlers or guests, drawing attention to their own positions in relation to both particular territories and the settler state. And so we were interested in whether these land acknowledgements aligned in a particular way with an issue that is really infused with colonial governments and colonial understanding of the land in Canada. And so by exploring tweet content, our paper provides some evidence that the land acknowledgements contained in user profiles are not merely representational or infrastructural with regards to Twitter, but are also connected to issue positioning. And we don't have time to get into all the detail here. Our paper articulates this in quite a bit more detail, but just to give you a sense and an overview, we separated the tweets according to mainstream or Indigenous and anti-colonial toponyms and conducted two levels of analysis. The first is here, which are co-hashtag graphs. And secondly, we also conducted qualitative analysis of tweet content. So we read all of the tweets by these users. And so we analyzed the tweets according to a decolonial understanding of environment and extraction issues. And while there's not time to go into all of this, I'll give you just a quick breeze through. And so a co-hashtag analysis maps hashtags as they're used in conjunction. And so hashtags that are more close to each other on the screen are used more frequently in conjunction. And those that are colored similarly are often used in patterns together, so you can start to see issue communities. And this analysis shows a group of anti-colonial and indigenous situated Twitter users that contain some overlaps, but are also distinct from those who share mainstream or colonial place names in their Twitter profiles. And so only the mainstream subset, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, contains pro-pipeline hashtags that critique pipeline activism, such as hashtag stop the protesters or hashtag dumb fools, while the hashtags in the anti-colonial set focus more explicitly on anti-pipeline resistance. And so resistance is also more oriented around decolonization and justice in the anti-colonial subset, which includes a number of hashtags referring to hashtag Indigenous rights and hashtag human rights, including the hashtag unjustified infringement. And these more explicit references to rights within the colonial state capture how opposition to extraction cannot emerge from environmentalism alone, but instead arise from movements that pose systemic challenges to conjoin processes of social, economic, and environmental justice within the settler state. And so qualitative analysis of the tweets themselves reinforces this distinction and also adds depth to the co-hashtag analysis by highlighting the particular nature of pipeline activism, and especially in the
Yeah, I just want to say, we are still seeing the anti-typology of Twitter toponyms, just in case your PowerPoint presentation is not okay.
Oh, strange.
Yeah, we missed this part.
I'll stop sharing and then I'll reshare and I'll see if that works.
Yeah, so I didn't want to stop you, but I thought maybe there's something wrong with the PowerPoint.
I could see it. I'm not sure why we all can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see the co-hashtag analysis now.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. You can I can pause here for a moment and let you take another look at it. We only have one more slide. So if I can quickly reiterate for you, the anti-colonial subset is on the left, the mainstream on the right. The size emphasizes the frequency with which a hashtag is used. The proximity of hashtags indicates the frequency with which they're used together. And the colors indicate issue communities. So collections of hashtags that are most often used together. And essentially, there are some similarities between the graphs, so they're not extremely distinct, but the mainstream subset is the only that includes pro-pipeline hashtags, as well as those that critique anti-pipeline resistance. And the anti-colonial, what we're calling the anti-colonial or indigenous subset, contains more hashtags that really explicitly reference indigenous rights, infringement on rights, and human rights in a more decolonial orientation. And the content of the tweets really echoes and reinforces that. And we have published this work in First Monday, and I'll put that slide up next. We're at the very end here, if you want to read in detail exactly how this plays out in the tweets. But the point is that on Twitter, in contrast to what we see in these institutional land acknowledgements in Canada, this is very common practice where at a university or a museum or a theater, we will open an event with an official land acknowledgement, as Maggie opened this session. And they're very highly critiqued in those institutional spaces for being merely representational or symbolic, and not really being linked with any kind of active on the ground decolonizing. We can see that there is some indication, not very strong or overt, but definitely some indication that people who individually determine to provide a land acknowledgement or indicate an indigenous territory in their Twitter profile do have a different issue alignment on an issue that is very structured in relation to colonialism. And so there may be some sense that individuals are taking up this practice as a way potentially to form solidarities on Twitter. Just as an offhand comment, I have seen indigenous, high profile indigenous Twitter users indicate on Twitter that if a settler indicates that they're a settler and gives a precise land acknowledgement in their Twitter handle, they will get an follow back. So this is a way of identifying solidarity networks and alignments, and this research indicates that there is an on the ground sort of connectedness to anti-colonial issue positioning by these Twitter users. I mean, I would love to see a follow-up study that goes deeper into this as well, but it's a start. And so just to conclude, this is the name of the paper here on the left-hand side of the screen, and the right, if you'd like to read a little bit more. And so we can really see through this work that users are using this free-form location field for resurgent and resistant anti-colonial ends. And by resurgent, I'm referring to indigenous peoples asserting their lands and their languages and their nations. And so we're interested here in the fact that the representational and infrastructural significance of this work shows that for Twitter users, location isn't merely spatial. Whereas many social media platforms provide a spatial or GIS located tool, this group of people shows that, in fact, location is linked with colonial policies, with languages, with people groups, with colonial relations. And that indeed, as I just stated, there's a sense that that Twitters that are leveraging this affordance also have, to some extent, anti-colonial positioning on a broader issue in Canada. And so with that, I will close. Thank you. And thanks for letting me know about this slide.
Thank you so much. I thought perhaps, you were talking about the same little graph up there at the top of the page, but then, yeah, I thought something is not quite right with the with the presentation, perhaps with the slides. So it was great. Thank you so much. Such an interesting study. And it's really mind-blowing to see all this incredible research today. And we have some very pressing concerns that you've raised, and really interesting insights into forms of digital activism. And I'm sure there will be several questions. I have some questions and remarks I want to make and address here. And thank you so much for the paper. I have already downloaded it, so thanks. I'm looking forward to reading it. And I just want to ask our audience if there are any questions that you want to ask. Feel free to raise your hand. We've got 15 minutes. Anna, do you confirm we still have 15 minutes?
Yes,
perhaps
yes.
even longer, maybe.
I confirm. Let's see how it goes. I confirm.
Okay.
Maybe I can start by sharing some impressions and thoughts. It was a very dense and fascinating panel, this one as well. And I really appreciated all your talks and perspectives on the issue of and the practices of and the different practices, strategies of digital activism, indigenous digital activism. I was just curious to know something about Maggie and Carrie's study, but maybe this is something you mentioned in the beginning. First of all, I really appreciated your complex analysis of hashtags and the way people decide how to address their location and talk about their location on Twitter, it's very political. It's absolutely political, and it's really connected with ideological standpoints, counter-ideological standpoints in the case of strategies of location that include pre-modifiers like conceded, occupied, stolen. They really tell us something about the counter-ideological standpoint of the people who employ these strategies. I was just curious to know more about the TCAT methodology that you used. It sounds really complex. And also, I don't know if you are aware of any other social media platforms that allow this kind of this kind of free location strategies that allow this kind of strategies. Your microphone is okay.
Thank you for your question, Anna. I can start, and then Maggie, you can add if you like. Also, I'm sure you have things to share. The TCAT is a Twitter scraping tool available through the Digital Methods Initiative Twitter capture tool available through the Digital Methods Initiative at the University of Amsterdam. And it's free software. So unlike many of the folks who are capitalizing on Twitter data right now, it is freely available to researchers. It is a live capture tool, so you can't retrieve tweets back in time. You have to capture them live. So you have to plan in advance if you're going to use this tool. The nice thing about the tool, in addition to that, is that it provides outputs that are helpful for researchers. So rather than having to do a lot of the data crunching and cleaning yourself, it can sort according to hashtags and users and other kinds of metadata. So it's really helpful that way. And so we ran this as a summer school project with a large team of people at the University of Amsterdam and collected data just for 1 week, but it just so happened there was a large protest that week in Vancouver. And so we got a nice hefty set of data to work with. Yeah, so I don't know if that's what you were curious about as far as the tool. There's lots of ways to get Twitter data as well as historic data, but you usually have to pay for accounts through various companies. Yeah. And so as far as I would like to hear from Maggie if she knows of other platforms that are free form like Twitter. Most of my primary research is on Instagram, and I end up articulating the very opposite, that it is a very colonial platform, very structured. It's very difficult to add a place name, particularly in an Indigenous language. It's way easier to add a business, which says something about Instagram, than it is to add a traditional territory. And so, you know, we know these workarounds and we find them through Facebook and other ways to get locations added to Instagram, but it's not easy, it's opaque. And for those of the younger set who don't have Facebook, it's impossible. So something we could really get into that, the corporate nature of the platform and the ways that it then therefore structures resistance, indeed Indigenous resistance, especially on a very land-based platform like Instagram, where people are taking photos on the land and in locations. They don't get to name them in ways that they want. So of course they hashtag and other kinds of things, but Twitter is unique from that platform. I don't know, Maggie, are you familiar with other platforms that are more freeform like Twitter?
Yeah, well, I remember the genesis of this sort of like novel method that we came up with largely came out of after scraping the set and reviewing this massive amount of data that we had. We were also talking about ways that protesters in general showed resistance to pipeline issues or Indigenous solidarity. And it was not that long after the Standing Rock incident where checking in on the formal location on Facebook actually led to sort of recrimination processes where state authorities were using that as a means to survey protesters. And we recognized that there was this unique affordance on Twitter where Facebook also actually allows you to free declare your location on your own profile. So there's a lot of people attending the School of Life in Hogwarts and things like that. But unlike Twitter, Facebook is not as situated in networked communities. It's very much like siloed groups that communicate with each other. So we saw something really unique there. And of course, there was a lot of resistant place naming as well. There was a lot of like antagonistic, deeply state-aligned examples like oil country or like proud Canadian that also pushed back on these networks of solidarity and resistance into kind of like a more antagonistic space. But I can't think of another platform that is a deeply networked one that allows free-form location identifiers. The thing we found so lovely, and we review this a bit in the paper, is the folksonomic tendency, the fact that there is no limit to the permutations and variations of things like spelling, like casing. It makes it resistant to the forms of surveillance that we saw on Facebook with checking in at Standing Rock. It absolutely creates networks where you can one-to-one identify peers within your issue alignment, but significantly more resistance to centralized control.
Yeah, thank you so much for your responses. Really great insights. And also Alexandra says, of course, you can fake your location on Twitter, right? Which would not take anything away from your great paper and your claim that declaring location is deeply political and etc. And also responding to this, perhaps one of the things that I see happening in perhaps all of the papers to different degrees is this idea of also data. We're talking about extraction, mining, data mining, actual mining of resources and territories, how also location can be used in a very counterproductive way. Now, for those who check in locations, the police can then have a record of who he's where. And I remember when I wanted to join the Standing Rock movement, there was this massive conversation around people checking in because a lot of the Indigenous protesters were afraid of specifically that. And I want to ask you, Chiara, Maggie, but also the other presenters, if you can say a bit more about both, this question around data mining and talking about archives, but also talking about, you and also Vincenzo talk about the different cartographies of toponymy and critical cartographies and critical toponymies, and how this also has is reflected onto those digital platforms, how we can make things work in terms of also those approaches, and yeah, if you can also say a bit more about the issue of data. In some papers touch on that more directly, some others in a more preferred way, but it's still part of the conversation, I think, and it's very relevant today if you want to say something about it.
I can add a couple of quick things. First of all, to go back to what Alexandra was writing in the comments about the faking a location. Probably you mentioned that before at the beginning of your paper, Carrie and Maggie, but my cat decided that it was a circus time, so I had to get away from my computer for a little bit. Do you remember, was it the Dakota Access Pipeline that at one point, Facebook or Instagram, there was this movement that we were called to fake our locations in order to distract or to confuse the order, like the police that were actually going after the people that showed up on their Facebook locator. And I remember that at least here in Italy, a lot of my bubble of my contacts, we were all faking our location as if we were there in the protest. For the cartography, it's interesting how cartography is, as a form of discourse, function to, especially for the Mauna Kea project, the state, so the settler state, justified the fact that Mauna Kea was a wasteland based on cartographical evidences. Those cartographies, those maps, were obviously created by settlers in the 19th century or in the early 20th century, but they were the act of producing the discourse was erased, and they were evidences, they were fact. They were brought into the court when they were defending, no, this is not anything. This is not a site for cultural heritage. There is nothing there. So it's interesting how like the place can become a product of a discursive practice as much as a fact, a reality that cannot be questioned.
Thanks, Vincenzo. If there are any ideas or remarks about this, also in connection to data and the extractive practices of data in late liberalism in settler liberal states.
Yeah, I mean, we've already alluded to this a little bit, and I added to the chat also that data gathering, this is big business. This, the locative data, I think, is one of the most lucrative components of these platforms, and it's being used by the state and by corporations to surveil resistors, for instance, in relation to this pipeline. But it's also being sold, of course, by the platforms for, that's how they make their money. And it's very tricky at studying resistance on social media because we're bound by these corporate structures. And so there's a sense of freedom and a sense of resistance. And certainly, even as the keynote this morning, Bronwyn, Dr. Carlson was talking about, very profound possibilities, resistant possibilities for social media. But we can never forget that these are corporate platforms that are driven by this agenda, and that all of our, in fact, they're promoting our participation in resistance for their own benefit and shaping it in particular ways. And so I think this anomaly that we saw in Twitter, I don't know if it's an anomaly, I'll use that term loosely, with regards to profile locations is, yeah, I don't think it is echoed in many places because that is somewhat of a loss potentially for Twitter, although Twitter also is still geolocating our tweets. We're not doing it intentionally. And so it is important to think about that corporate context, but also the surveillance. I'm actually amazed by how many high profile and policed resistors in Canada still continue to locate their posts on, for instance, Instagram, knowing that they're being surveilled by both the pipeline industry and the Canadian government and federal police. And potentially that is part of the resistance to continue to be on the land, to continue to link themselves to the land through this digital space and to claim their homelands by naming them and positioning themselves on the land digitally, as well as on the physical blockades that many of these people are on. And so it is, anyway, it's very messy. It's a very complex space. But thank you for that question.
Always, and thanks again. Is there anyone else, any of the other presenters, willing to say something about this? I'm also thinking about Monica's work on the archive and questions around data, and also how the knowledge within the archive is actually the one retained by the Italian institutions, seen by Aboriginal counterparts. And if you want to say something more about it.
Yeah, thank you, Chiara. And I mean, I can see, yeah, that also in the digital space, so many of these consideration, in the archival space, so many of these considerations are actually relevant. And I was thinking, took a couple of notes when, you were all speaking, and was thinking about all matters, for example, in terms of archives or digital digital preservation of data, and how when working with communities and institutions, the digital preservation involved also safeguarding and acknowledging cultural protocols that are embedded in the knowledge, including the data. So I kind of feel that, in this space, it's always, I find relevant to to divide the actual data to the knowledge contained in it. And so all the matters around copyright, that, for example, the Italian institutions that hold the actual image or the actual, manuscript. And so the data associated with it and all the metadata associated with it that usually have been written by the institution themselves or by the explorers or by the missionary that collected that information. But there is also all the layer of the actual knowledge of the community that in the case of Italian institutions, because they are still so invisible, these collections, that there's not much written by communities about it. But when there is information, for example, in cases of videos or song, the actual indigenous knowledge that is in that data, usually, not usually, it's not a knowledge by law. So, all this conversation of data often ignore the indigenous intellectual property that it's associated with it. So there are some mechanisms at an international level to acknowledge that, and I'm thinking thinking about actually the US. We work with the local context project that, and their system of traditional knowledge labels. They are actually embedded in the Mokachu system and are very useful to at least create awareness on the fact that this data contains many layers of complexities really that need to be acknowledged. And I was just thinking about the cartographies before, and so much interesting work happening. And I was thinking in Australia how every time though, I've been working with maps in archives that include information, for example, about languages on the territory of Aboriginal people and communities. But in terms of, they're often used here for native title claims, and how this has been, on the one hand, communities are very happy to find information about it, but there's also that, as I was mentioning in my presentation, that kind of different layer of frustration and trauma, because native title really has been one of the most divisive really colonial project that's been created in Australia. And so many communities, unfortunately, fight about it, and they are managed, thinking about, created by cultural anthropologists and maintained by that. So also in there, I think the idea of, cartography and data, it's always about, I think, having multiple narratives, so not deleting the information that we have, but actually creating spaces to add more narratives in it.
Thank you so much, Monica. Really interesting insight. And I'm wondering if there are any questions from the audience or colleagues. Do have also a question for Linda, but I want to see if there's anyone else who's willing to ask a question or share a comment. If you want to raise your hand or type in the chat box, please feel free to do so. As we wait, perhaps I can ask my question then to Linda. So Linda, also I was wondering about, the narratives around mining and especially the kind of mainstream narratives around that, this ethical way of promoting the extraction of diamonds. Do you think that what's happening online and on digital platforms in terms of how the Indigenous communities are responding to, the issue and sharing their own narratives, their counter narratives, do you think that's a strong enough strategy to counteract those mainstream narratives as well? Do you see this also being promoted through different channels, or can you say a bit more about that? Thanks.
Yes, thank you for this question. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yes. About these issues, I could notice that, for example, emerged a strong comparison of different point of views between, for example, indigenous workers employed in the mine and others. And these different point of view sometimes emerge also inside, also within the website. For example, in others' view, one, for example, young people follow a land-dry lifestyle. They can change for the better through the acquisition of knowledge about the land. The main important thing that maybe emerging within the website, the Tlicho and then a website, for example, is the importance for elders of the knowledge of the land, and the importance of the tradition of the land and the impact of diamond mining sector on the traditional activities and the traditional knowledge in general. As many of us explained us in general before, there's a very emotionally profound semiotic language that emerge related to the end, and also emerge within the website as well.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Thank you.
It's really interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in to say again, thanks everybody. And it was really fascinating. So many points of view, so many different stories, and lots to think of. So I also take the occasion to thank Chiara for a wonderful chair of this panel. I think it's time for us now to conclude the first day of our conference, because it's been already a long day, starting at 8 o'clock, 7:30 for me in the morning. I also wanted to thank those of you who are with us today, and maybe Maggie is very early for you, and for Monica it's pretty late. So thanks for your effort and for making this possible. So I'll see you tomorrow. With those of you who want to stay with us, the link is the same. Feel free to jump in. Lots more for widening the conversation on Indigenous digital activism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. It was great. Fantastic panel.
Ciao.
Ciao, Anna. Thank you. It was really great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Grazie. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Grazie. Bye.
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 Bye, Jocelyn. Thank you for coming.
Ciao, Jos.
Or maybe she's disconnected.